selling food and clothes and everything else. Um, but yeah, I could definitely rock this at work because you want to stand out in those situations. I got a bright orange jacket that I wear. Um, Almost got ran over once or twice because for whatever reason in those gas stations, cars, drivers, they're not paying attention on a cell phone. They're just zipping in and out. Um, I never really noticed that when I wasn't in this business like that, but I would say if you have little kids and you are in you're getting gas at a gas station, I would definitely hold their hand because I've noticed that these cars just don't care at all. Um, when they're trying to get their gas or get air for their tires or whatever it is that's going on. Um, but yeah, let me see what the first post is that I put up, and we can just sort of go into it like that. For anybody that would like to donate, and this is really why, because I sent out more DMs than I ever really have, because I don't really like to bother people. But I sent out a bunch of DMs asking people to come to the space so that they could donate to Sister Rella. On her profile, I'm going to check it now just to see if her profile is still active, even under that suspension. She has her um, she has her Cash App information in her bio. And if you're on the app, which I believe if we're on Spaces, most people you got to be on the app. There's a little dollar sign symbol that is next to her name. So yeah, I can still get to her profile, and I can see that her Rella at it's got a dollar sign in front of it. That's her Cash App. But if you're on the app, you just hit the little dollar symbol, and then that takes you to Cash App, and then you're able to donate that way. With all the people that she knows, and all the people that helped out with trying to boost this space, hoping to get her goal met tonight. Obviously I did invest in it as well, so just encouraging people to to dig in, and whatever it is, whatever you can add to it, please add to it, because if 1,000 people put in $1, then we're kind of halfway there. So um yeah, that's pretty much that. um so I'm normally I love having my little conversations with Black American Homeland. He's talking about the crypto market in these DMs, and so that's a whole nother topic. I'm not a crypto guy, wasn't an NFT guy. I just looked at it as gambling, especially when that NFT jumped off. I was like, "What is this about, man? This is kind of crazy." So, yeah, so I'm personally not surprised that the NFT market just died out because it just seemed too complicated. And then the crypto thing, from what I understand, the last thing I read was the U.S. owns more crypto than just about anybody. So that's interesting. Um, so Miss Rella does have PayPal as well, but you will have to email her for that, because I that's the only way I send money around. And so it was that was the way that she sent me the information, and I was able to donate that way. So hopefully when she gets in, she can create a post that we can put up there. I'm gonna kind of leave the jumbotron empty just for that purpose today, but um she does have a PayPal, and I know she has the Cash App. So the PayPal, you have to get in touch with her, you know, sort of back channel, and she can give you that information on that part. So welcome a few more people in the room, Raina, and we got a speaker up, which is Black. I love Black Rose. Okay, you got it. Hands up. You got it.
Hey everybody, it's Rella.
Oh, nice.
So I had to create a. Well, this was my backup page. I had this page for some time. It kind of lays dormant. I wasn't really using it. I think I was using it when I was in school. So I decided to go ahead and log back in because, of course, Twitter decided to suspend my account for a little bit because I made a post that was not hateful. But somehow, because I did mention Ashkenazi Jewish community and the Black Jewish community, I don't know what in the post would have deemed it to be hateful. But nonetheless, so I guess I have to figure out what to do. But I'm definitely not going to admit to my post being hateful. I guess that's what they want me to do. So I'm going to let that be that. But I'm definitely going to be moving off of Twitter. Um, and I hope everybody does the same. I actually have my fan base and I have social, so I'm really going to be trying to hit those actually two sites and really try to build it up there. Um, but yeah, let's get into it. So this is One Black, One Love, Black Rose. 3245 was my late uncle's football numbers. So I come from a football family, so one was his high school number, and one was his college number. He attended Ohio State, so that's his page. It is me. It's real. I'm not a bot, and yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, you know what? Man, did I send that to this? I think I might have sent the promo for this to your DM. I didn't realize that this was you. But
I can hear you.
yeah,
Say it one more time.
I think I might have sent the like the broadcast DM to this account that you have right now. I didn't realize that this was you though.
Something is wrong with something's wrong with your feedback. It's like we can't even hear you.
Man, you know what? I'm getting the same from you. You sound very staticky. Can people raise their hand if they can hear me? Or I may have to drop in and drop back out, and then I got to get a co-host to even do that to make sure we keep the room. But can everybody hear me? Can you like do something like a heart if you can hear me? If not, I'll have to drop out, drop back in. Okay, I don't see any hearts. Okay, all right. I'm gonna try to drop out, drop back in. All right. Damn, already with it, Twitter. I'm being crazy, man. See, that's wow. And that's the prime example. That's the prime example why we have this issue. Okay, I'm back now. Any better?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Your volume's still kind of low for me. This is the reason why we're trying to navigate even away from Twitter Spaces is because that's a weekly occurrence where I have to go in and out of the room multiple times every week. Okay, here goes Black American Homeland in the building. Um,
We can always try that fan base too.
yeah, I don't know if you heard that part where I say so next weekend what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have all three, the YouTube, the Twitter, and the fan base operating at the same time. So
Okay.
if we can get people who want to move over there to try to start doing that, and then that way we can sort of test and whatever. And then I was talking about that call in as well, because it doesn't have any of the social networking aspects to it. It's just like a straight podcast audio room situation. So um, that might be a little more straightforward for some folks. Oh yeah, jump in anytime, Miss Rella.
Oh no, sorry, I was changing the color of the hands and stuff. You know, you got to go through the whole.
Nice.
So,
Yep,
hey
yep.
Black, Black American Homeland. Hey,
the market has been brutal. The market has been brutal. There's this crypto exchange called FTX. They lost 10 billion in customers' funds,
Mm.
and the whole crypto exchange went down, and the market, the total crypto market went down by 200 billion,
Oh, it's
two
this
hundred fifty
phone. It's
billion.
this phone. Damn
And
it! It's this freaking phone.
yeah, so
Why does my
lost big
volume
money so
do that?
far. Yeah, it's been a bad week, but it's okay. I'm gonna hang in there.
Dang, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That story, I don't know if you looked into what was going on with that, but there's like stories of like massive sex orgies and they were essentially stealing money from their clients. There's a lot of information coming across the timeline about that exchange.
All right, yeah. I really don't care about the sex orgies, but they stealing money. They using customers' funds to invest in other in other products and other other companies is really bad. This guy, he get caught, he definitely going to prison and going to prison for a long time. This guy, he lost billions for people.
Yeah, man. So my my apologies to you. Some other someone else that I interact with said they lost about $10,000, which I can't, individual black American can't afford to lose $10,000 in anything.
Barely hear you.
Dang it.
He's
Ah.
been doing it. His mic been doing it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna do another. I'm gonna get another co-host, and I'm gonna drop back out. I'm gonna be out for probably 2 minutes this time. I'm gonna restart my phone. Okay. So yeah. Okay. We got two co-hosts. Okay. So yeah, Miss Rella, if you want to get jump into your topic.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so
Restart this fucking phone. Man, I don't know why my phone is doing this shit, bro. This shit is crazy. So one issue I've been having with these with the phone, I got a Bluetooth earpiece about 2 months ago. I want to say roughly, and it was working fine. I'm connecting it. I usually connect the phone to the Bluetooth in my vehicle. Never had no issues. All of a sudden, the past 2 weeks, it's been a thing where, and it's really with Twitter Spaces. When I go into a Twitter Space, try to listen on the earpiece, the volume is destroyed. Like I can't hear in the ear. Sometimes the earpiece don't even connect to the phone when I'm in a Twitter Space. Other times, the volume's really low, and it started. And so I only tried a couple times, and I was like, "No, nah, I'm not. I'm never going to connect this phone to the Bluetooth because I see what it's doing." However, since that time, it's been actually um becoming a bigger problem because it's starting to happen even when I'm not on the Bluetooth at all. So someone else just DM me that they're in the space and all the volumes sound low just in.
talk about my Cash App. It is
Okay, so
my
now
account
now we
for
got good volume.
Sister Rella or
So
Rella
that's
is
good.
still up. The Cash App is still connected. I can also link the Cash up on here, and I can send my PayPal in the background. So the goal is to get into the appraisals course, which is 1900. I can also link the course up so you guys can take a look at it, and also to get into the course, and then we actually get a few people in the course. So the goal would be to almost kind of like how most people try to do susus, but we're going to be an active group where we actually get each other into the course to go through the course, and then that way we can actually solidify our certifications. I do know that there are a lot of people who do have real estate licenses already, so that is a plus if you're coming in. So that would be an initiative that we're able to start up for people who are already licensed. We want to be sure that everybody has the requirements for that meets all state requirements for the states we're trying to get into and help families move into, and develop a strong pool so that we don't have to go outside of our community anymore. So these are active initiatives, and we will be working on that right now. So if you have any questions, come on up. Don't be shy. Hit the hit the mic button, and come on up and let's dialogue, and we can talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm back and the volume's up. I turn my phone off and on. So if anybody's having that issue, you might have to do like drop out, turn your phone off and on, and then come back in. That may help. I've actually been having this issue for a couple weeks. I thought it was my Bluetooth. Um, because whenever I would try to connect the Bluetooth to the phone when I'm in its spaces, it would start acting crazy, and then the volume was real low. And so I don't know. I don't think it's the Bluetooth anymore because I haven't connected it in over a week. I think this was actual a Twitter issue tonight. But there's a post. I'm actually, as we're going through this, I'm gonna just read from some posts that are about real estate specifically, as it affects Black Americans. So this is about a study on appraisal bias from the Brookings Institute found that Black homeowners nationally lost roughly $156 billion in home equity in 2017 alone due to undervaluations. And they at City Lab and Andre Perry, EDU. This was a Bloomberg story. So if you have ever had a home, which some of us have had to deal with home appraisals in order to either get a mortgage or get a home equity loan. Um, and we've experienced a situation where we know what the comps are in our neighborhood, we know what the value should be, and we end up with a lower value than what we deserve. And it's based on zip code, but zip code is really just a racial number, a racial classification, because the reality is we are still segregated by a zip code in this country. And there's historical evidence that insurance and appraisals and everything else is really dictated by zip codes. So that's just another system that is used to effectively punish Black Americans in this country and reward every other group that do not live in the zip codes that are predominantly Black. The police use zip codes to over police, because it's considered a crime area, quote unquote. That's the quote that they always give out. So we definitely gonna focus on real estate. Please, if you can, add. I was sending out that DM, and a handful of people, maybe even a dozen people, already had said, "Hey, I'm going to donate. I'm going to Sister Rella, that's my girl. Love Sister Rella." So I'm sure she's already, been receiving, and we all appreciate it. I appreciate it. And we just want to talk about it. For those who haven't owned a home, we can talk about the rising cost of leasing and renting property, whether it's residential property or commercial property. And we can also talk about land ownership and farming and things of that nature, because it's all under one umbrella, which is really Black Americans owning, and having a roof over our heads. And we could talk about the homelessness, because we know our population is overrepresented in that as well. So we can tie all of these topics in together. So we got some more folks in the room. Shout out to Miss Rock, Miss Schism, Miss Trouble. Shout out to Mr. Leon. We got Fraternal Order of Freedmen. Shout out to that brother and that organization. Um, so I know there's a big free. I'm thinking it's a Freeman space. I believe it's tomorrow. I'll be at work. I'm gonna be in there to listen to it. Because like here's the thing about it. We're all here. Those of us who are really trying to move Black America forward. We're here to learn, educate, advocate, and learn and grow and learn. And so you're constantly in an evolving situation. You're constantly moving forward. And there's some people that are not here to do that. They're here to revolve and essentially stay going in a circle and constantly going in a circle. If you can imagine a revolving door, there are some people that is their purpose on this planet is to just keep themselves and other people in the revolving door. And we're just trying to escape from the revolving door and get to the next step in what we have to do. So shout out to everybody who feels that way, because we believe it's 10%. We only need 1%. The 90% is going to take them a long time to really catch up and wake up to that. So I went with that. And definitely because of this shockwave that's going through the cryptocurrency. I got somebody who I interact with who's big into that. Um, I don't know if he's still doing spaces, but he actually used to do black crypto and NFT spaces. So he would be somebody that would be cool to have come in here and see if he want to talk about it. But I know there's some pain involved in that. I know there's some pain involved in losing anything. You know, unfortunately, I don't know if that's got any type of FDIC insurance behind it. From my understanding, it's more or less like it's
It
by
doesn't.
it doesn't, yeah, like buyer risk, yeah, on your own risk. So it's the risk reward. When I had my accident back in 2015, it took almost 2 years to get a settlement. And it was a nice chunk of money, but it wasn't like I was rich. Obviously, I'm still working today. Had I invested that money at that time, if you had the foresight to know, into Bitcoin, I would have been a multimillionaire. um but those are the things that you don't know when things are going to go good or when things are going to bust. So you gotta do your best research and all of that. There's no way you could have foresaw this situation occurring with this one particular crypto exchange going belly up in the way that it happened. Um, so that's unfortunate. I've seen pictures of the guy with Maxine Waters. They're trying to, I'm not a Maxine Waters fan necessarily, but obviously you're gonna see them pictures of him with certain famous faces, and they're gonna try to attach them to that and all, and this, that, and the other thing. But um, ain't no telling. And but we do know one thing: these politicians do have their hands in the cookie jar, and they do get inside information. And if any of them were, heavily involved in that, it's likely they took a hit too, and they'll probably be out for vengeance, knowing that they lost some money behind shady businesses. But here's the thing: I mean, as much as we talk about politics, like white supremacy 101 is robbing, murdering, plundering, stealing. I mean, that's what it's all built upon. So at the end of the day, you know, we can't be too shocked. I mean, there's laws and all of that in place to punish people when they do it, but how many there was a guy who had Nikola trucks and right there in Ohio, Lordstown, Ohio, used to be a Jeep plant. I think historically a GM plant, but they've had Jeeps and other cars made there, and they were supposed to be putting out this all electric truck, and he pumped it up, pumped it up, pumped it up, said it was the best thing since sliced bread, and now he's probably facing jail time because it was all a scam. You had the woman, the female white chick who had some miracle cure for diabetes or something she was talking about a few years ago. That was all a scam. She faced jail time, I'm assuming. But how much jail time do they get? A couple years. That's the thing about white collar crime. It doesn't matter how many people they hurt, unless politicians have a vendetta against them, typically they only get a few years, and it's not really hard time, and then they keep some of their money anyway, some of their assets, and then they just come right back out to a relatively good life. So, you know, um it's unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, it is what it is.
Hey, Ashley, the owner of the FTX crypto exchange, he actually fled. Uh, they were tracking him on a private jet, going to Argentina.
Wow.
And so he's somewhere in South America, either Brazil, Chile, or Argentina.
Man, is that and so there's the guy. What did he have? He had McAfee. Now he's not a scammer. He actually he actually is one of those one of the few who is out there telling the truth. And I guess he faked his death and everything. I think I recently saw him in a bunker, which was like a Faraday cage, aluminum foil all over every wall and everything like that, so he can broadcast from it. So I know he's somewhere in South America, or at least that's where he was. So um it'd be interesting.
You still think he's still alive today?
Yeah, I just saw a recent post of him in the bunker.
Wow.
That's what
I thought he died. I thought he died in 2020 or 2021.
Yeah, in jail. You talking about the McAfee guy, right?
Yeah, McAfee. The guy,
McAfee.
The owner of McAfee that got caught up over in the Spanish. What's the Latin country?
Oh, Costa Rica.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it Costa Rica? I knew it was one of the Latin countries he got caught up in, right? He was being held.
Yeah. Actually, someone was murdered in his house, and somehow he got out of the country of Costa Rica, and he fled to the United States. I think he was arrested in the United States, but he was released, and I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of stories, so I really don't know what's true and what's not true. So.
Yeah, that's on the conspiracy theory bandwidth of life. But I did now. So again, I don't follow this guy. So the post that I saw was very recent, but it could have been an old video. I don't know. But he was inside of looked like a one of those containers, shipping containers, and it was just covered. All the walls were covered in aluminum foil. He said it was a Faraday cage to block the signal. He was using whatever the radio signals to get the message out. But it was a video of him talking, and it was a recent post. So they essentially were saying that he's still alive. So I don't know. I don't know if they had a funeral and they had his body and all of that. You know what I mean? I guess you'd have to do a deep dive on that. But um, what I was getting to was extradition with the United States. So not too many countries are willing to risk going against the United States. Snowden got to Russia. That's one of the few countries that would do that. I don't know what the quality of life he has. I know he was stuck at the airport for a very long time. So I don't know if he's still at the airport or if he's been allowed to travel inside the country. Telling that's a very tricky thing dealing with that with the US, because they essentially ultimately get whoever it is that they're going after as long as they know where they're at. what was it? Assange had a similar situation where he was in an embassy somewhere and he just had to stay there for, years or whatever the case may be. So, you know, um, it's not the movies when it comes to trying to get away from U.S. Jurisdiction, because they essentially have a global jurisdiction, to be honest, for what it's worth. So, mm,
Greg, we were talking about real estate earlier, right?
yeah, back
And
to real estate.
a few months ago, actually, I've been knowing about these guys for a long time, but there's these three brothers, right?
Mm,
They're in their 60s now, and one has a business, one is retired, and another one he goes back and forth from the United States, and all three brothers in their 60s, right? They live in one house.
mm,
They live in this big, one of the biggest houses in our neighborhood, right?
oh wow.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think they have like 10, 12 bedrooms, maybe 8, 9, 10 bathrooms.
Mm,
And I remember my wife and I, when we used to go walking in the neighborhoods, right? You always see all these staff, these what do you call these people? These not servants. These, they had maids, drivers. They had gardeners. I mean, they had so many people working for, at least
mm,
10 people working for them in that house. So, and I also saw this in Africa too. Uh, like we have this thing in America where there should be only one family in a home, right? But in many countries,
right.
many of these third world countries, you have three different generations, or three brothers or two brothers living in the same and supporting the same house.
Right.
And
Group economics.
and I'm wondering what do Black Americans think about that? Do they think that three generations can live in a home, can support and pay for a home, instead of like five different people
Five
in the
different
same
homes.
family
Right.
renting
Right.
in different apartments, instead of those five getting together, getting over their differences, and just putting their money together to buy, like a hectare, 2, 3 hectare, not hectare, I'm sorry, acres of land,
Hmm.
and build a big house, and they all live in one home. I wonder what people think about that in the United States.
Mm. Well, I think that's like a southern. It still is a part of southern life to have multi generations within the same home. Probably more so in the rural areas. When I was a kid, my best friend, that their family was from South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and they had they had a house. It was a huge house, and everybody except for the daughters. The two oldest daughters did not live in the home, but all of the males did. And there was one, two, three, four, five. And my friend was, we were kids, but everybody in the house were all adults. So they did, and that's basically group economics, which a lot of people talk about. A lot of people promote group economics. That's essentially what it is inside of one family. Um, but yeah, and it was the thing where, being the kid, being the baby of the family, of course he was spoiled and had everything that he could possibly want and things that he never really would have wanted. But um that builds a strong foundation, a strong family. And that is how, believe it or not, even white families still today, being a truck driver and having being able to drive through different neighborhoods and different from urban areas to rural areas, whatever the case may be. There's times where you'll drive past a house and there's like so many cars in the driveway that they literally have to park on the side of the road. And That's because they are doing that multi-generational living all in the same house, sharing the bills. And it does put you in a position to where you can save up money and eventually go and purchase a home or whatever the case, however you want to do it, or pay for college or what, whatever it is that they're trying to do. And then some people are so comfortable with that, it becomes a thing where you just naturally become the caretaker for the elders within the family, as they get older, and you just never leave home. You know what I mean? So I don't have a problem with that. I actually think it's a really good idea. It would have been amazing for my family, but we're all spread out in separate homes. So I think that was a part of the miseducation of Black America to and really honestly, the government plays a part in that because in situations where young Black mothers would become impregnated with a child, they could not live at home. So they had to have a separate residence in order to get the governmental benefits. Now that's only a segment of the population, but that segment of the population is harmed the most because of that, because they had to essentially operate a home on their own. And and then it just becomes like an ingrained mentality inside that. And the truth is, you have multi-generational families that grew up in government housing, and you see the devastating effects of that as well.
It's so funny because we never really, we always talked about, the mothers that were at home, but even the fathers who were not in the home, right? We talk about, I think, I don't know if we've had a conversation in regards to child support or anything like that, but
Mm,
when you think about the homelessness and the poverty that hits Black men outside of the home,
mm,
it's kind of like a double-edged sword depending on, the situation. And so
mm.
I think we definitely need to point that out, because as much as it becomes a struggle when the house is broken up, we have to definitely look at and compartmentalize what are the impacts to both the man and the woman, um, in that regard.
Yeah, yeah, because we do have a it's like a toxic masculinity attitude about men, having to be men and survive on their own. And when you turn 18, you got to get out, or in some families is younger than that, unfortunately. But you got to go out and fend for yourself and everything like that. And all men are not going to be ready at 18 to go and take care of a home. Um,
Or
you know,
take care of themselves. Like
take care of themselves.
I think we have to get to a point where we are preparing our children.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it shouldn't be based on some arbitrary number. In my opinion, it should be more or less like, you are capable, able, you have a stable career, you have the earning capacity in order to be able to do those things. But at the same time, there are some parents who are like, they just want you to, they done dealt with you for 18 years, whatever the case may be, and they just want you gone, in terms of them having the run of their home or whatever. There's that mindset too. And I don't know, that could come from popular culture and the way we're programmed through TV and soap operas and everything else like that. You know what I mean? So whatever.
I mean, I think financial stress causes people to reach and do certain things that is not healthy. I can definitely admit that, and definitely see that. But I also understand, even with my experience, there aren't resources that capture what actually happens to us enough.
Mm,
I don't think we're having that discussion in spaces where we're actually saying, "Hey, we are not a captured group. in poverty, they just all talk about us as far as poverty, right? They classify us in a class-based system and have the discussion. But I'm saying when it comes to resources and repair, I think, even as we fight for reparations, we definitely have to get to a point where we do practice village mentality and then start really breaking down mental health impacts, domestic violence impacts, as well as environmental impacts, and do something different. I think a black majority state would definitely address all those things.
There is no question about that. It's funny because when I'm in spaces, like there was that big space the other night. Shout out to Teslin for bringing all those voices together. For what it's worth, whether you like somebody or not, there were a lot of really big voices in that space, and it was, that's a space that and I don't really go back and listen to spaces a lot because of everything else that I got going on. But that is a space that I do want to go back because I didn't catch it from the beginning. I do want to listen to it all the way through. I sort of miss spots here and there, but I love the interaction, the fact that people had different political ideologies and they were still able to have a discussion like that. That's what a black majority state would look like, because not everybody is going to think the same or want the same. They're going to have different values, and as long as we can just come together like that and still be productive and still move everything forward, then we'll create a second one and a third one and a fourth one. We can't, I say look for like minds, but like minds or like minds in terms of the migration. That doesn't mean you have to believe everything that I believe, because that's never going to happen. We're not all going to agree on 100% all the time about everything. And we might agree 95% or 99% about everything, but then there's people who do that I gotcha moment because 1%, you said one thing that they don't like, and now they're just ready to throw everything away. And that's like a victim mentality, but it's also extremely unproductive. It will never move masses of people forward. It's based in individualism, which is what America promotes and teaches, but they don't practice individualism. They really practice a racial cartel, a conglomerate of European races that all move together politically, even with the left, right, red, blue, all that crap. They're still working together at the end of the day for the ultimate goal. We got a new request coming up, so let's get
I definitely agree with you on that. Matter of fact, when I went to the town hall in DC at Howard University, and I was listening to. I went to listen and to actually figure out what was the discussion going to be about regarding reparations, and Narc and Rella Martin was hosting, along with, I can never ever remember the lady's name. I have to look on the flyer, but all in all, it was, eventually I'll give my breakdown. But everything that you said, and even watching all the different spaces and fractures and things that happen on Twitter, it reminds me of how bad we need to really have this discussion on stop having that gotcha moment. Like almost like people look for you to not know something to say, oh well, I knew you didn't know it, or to find a reason to say you're flawed when actually when you first met me, I was flawed. I was traumatized and, going through processes of healing in my real life. So I don't know everything. Right. However, I do want to link up with people, like you said, with like minds, or as I would always put it, let's land in the same chapter and figure out how do we recapture the narrative of what's happening to us, and build that way. I think that's more productive versus trying to have, as you say, that gotcha moment. Because it allows us to have room to find a commonality and meet somewhere in the middle, you know?
Without question, without question. We got let me make sure I get the name right. Fraternal Order of Freemen, who came up to speak. So you got it.
I missed it. Say it one more time.
Fraternal Order of Freemen came up to speak. So I was just passing the mic to him or her if they would unmute their mic. Fraternal Order Freemen. Um,
Hold on. Do they know how to unmute their mic?
they may not. In the bottom left corner, the mic is red with a line through it. You press that, and then it turns purple on my phone, and then it allows you to be able to speak.
And sometimes that mic on and off, and sometimes it freezes sometimes, and you just can't do anything.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, that sucks. It happens a lot for me, especially like when I'm trying to go in and out of the room and do something else and put stuff in the jumbotron. Yeah, you get frozen out like that a lot. But at any rate, any if you do get a chance to speak or figure it out, just let us know. We'll let you jump in. Um, so the real estate appraisal industry, it is another system that white degeneracy uses in order to enrich themselves. Again, it's all a scam. I mean, the whole system is a scam. There's no other way to say it. And they enrich themselves. They keep their property values really, really high. They keep their insurance rates low. They keep their insurance settlements in terms of accidents and if a tree falls on their house or whatever the case may be. They end up doing so many improvements to their home that their home gets more value after an accident. Where when something like that happens to us, we may lose home ownership in the situation. It's just the way the system is set up, and there's countless searches. I posted one about the auto industry and insurance and how they use that to again, I call it punishment against black Americans specifically. How the rates or again, whether they're using zip code or they're using race, it really doesn't matter because the effect is the same, that it punishes black Americans in all of these systems that they have. And the reason, discretion. Discretion. I'm trying to really push that point because that is the point, discretion. So no one's going to investigate it. And even if an investigative journalist does a story and a report about it, no one with authority is actually going to investigate it to the point where people are charged with crimes. And that's the biggest problem that we've had, other than protection. It's the fact that we don't have the authority to actually go after these criminals. These are criminal enterprises, and they're made legitimate by the fact that they are in control of the power structures. But they operate like extortion rackets, to be perfectly honest. In many states, you didn't even have to have insurance for a very long time. Now, I'm someone who believes that you should have insurance if you drive a car. I believe you should have insurance to conceal carry a firearm or have a firearm in your home. Um, because in the event that something happens, just like any other tool, um, there can be tragic situations that come out of it. So I'm perfectly fine with insuring things that have a history of killing people and damaging property. But it should be equitable. The rate should be equitable. There's no reason that me being a black person having a auto accident, they tell me, which they told me, we 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 basically said, and this is in the report, that your life expectancy is 73 years of age. And so because of that and whatever else, you're only going to get this amount in a settlement. Whereas we all know if it was a Caucasian, same age, same basic income, everything's the same, they would have given them much more money in the same circumstance. And that is a crime. That is criminal. Should not be tolerated. But that's the way they have the system set up.
Hey, Nora Black, I travel to a lot of countries, right? And I noticed there are two types of countries. You got multiracial countries,
Mm,
and then you got homogeneous countries.
mm, mm.
And I notice
Yes, sir.
your
Yes, sir.
homogeneous countries are very safe.
Yes, sir.
Most of them are safe. Um, people seem to uh, cooperate, and it seems like they have a better overall standard of living.
Yes, they do.
Your multiracial countries like South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, even Mexico, United States, those are very dangerous countries.
Mm.
They have a high crime rate, high murder rate, and discrimination. It just gone wild in those countries. So that's what I noticed. Now, in some homogeneous countries, now you have a problem with, like in Africa, in most African countries, people, they mostly black, but now it's tribalism that comes into play. Now, like Nigeria, they got 250, 300 different tribes.
Mm.
And a lot of times those tribes, they discriminate or they subjugate other tribes.
Mm.
In a Western country, that's mostly white, it's a class system.
Mm.
So there's different ways to divide people, but I think the multiracial society is probably the most dangerous society to live in. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I had a conversation with somebody earlier this week about Sweden and how they have, universal health care and everything. Everything is taken care of through government systems because they're like 90+% Europeans. And during that conversation, we were saying essentially we could imagine that if Black Americans weren't in America, that it would be very similar here because of the fact that they intentionally set up this tier system based on, it's really based on race. They can say it's class, but it's really based on race. Canada to the north, which even though they do have this immigration issue up there, but they, obviously most people that get into Canada have to fly into the country. um, they do have all of these government systems that are set up to protect people because it is essentially a white country. Um, I think the problems in Africa stem from colonialism, and it actually still is under a mutated form of colonialism. Even with China coming in and doing what they're doing, it's essentially the same situation where they are not in full control of their destiny. And so the tribalism definitely plays a part in it, but I think it's more outside forces that create the problems that they have. It's like posted a story where Trinidad is seeking permission from the United States in order to get oil, and I think it's natural, I think it's natural gas from Venezuela. Venezuela has, they have oil reserves, they have natural gas, and they're close, physically close, et cetera, et cetera. It's probably cheaper for them to get it from there. but they don't. I mean, Trinidad's a small island nation. They don't have and they can't do anything against the United States. You know what I mean? And so they have to ask for permission. And this is what is going on in a lot of these African sub-Saharan. It's sub-Saharan Africa. Whenever we say Africa, we're really talking about sub-Saharan Africa because the Arabs up there in the north, they don't play those games. You know what I'm saying? If it comes down to it, um, they're willing to attack the U.S. At a moment's notice if they have to, and if when they have to, they will go after the U.S. I think we have suffered because we have not had the same military stance. They don't go into Iran. There's places they don't. I mean, obviously, once you get the nukes, they can't come in. North Korea, whatever. But even Venezuela, they didn't go in there, even though they tried to do that coup and the soft coup or whatever the case may be. And their president sort of hung in there. They're still dealing with the issue. So what's interesting about Venezuela right now at the border? If you're Venezuelan, you cannot get into the country because Biden was trying to reestablish allowing oil from Venezuela to come in at higher rates, and I think that's sort of like a punishment in order to leverage getting more oil coming in from Venezuela to affect the fuel prices. But they are singling out Venezuelans, believe it or not, at the border. So when they don't want a certain group of people to come in, they know how to do that. And when they want a certain group of people to come in, they know how to do that as well. So it's all being orchestrated. It's not like something that's random or and a lot of times, and I don't even watch mainstream news because even when I listen to it on NPR, 2 minutes into it, I'm like, it's propaganda. Like they're lying to you, they're spinning you, they're trying to influence the way you think, and they're miseducating you. They got all these agendas. It's actually hard for me to listen to it at this point. So I don't watch. I just don't watch the news. But um, being on Twitter, for what it's worth, you get some honest journalism. You get some honest opinions, honest feedback for the most part, and then you have to be discerning enough to figure out what's real and what's not. Mm. So on this real estate thing, so normally we have DJ Sedge one in the building. He's a big New Jersey guy. So I'm looking at this story where and this gentleman's name is Haygood. He looks familiar. I'm not sure if he's a politician there, but at any rate, he's saying in New Jersey there are these are four major cities where it's the percentage of owner occupied homes. This is not a race based stat. This is just across the board in these cities who owns homes. Now, Newark is a majority black city, so race probably plays a part there. But in Newark, it's 23% of the population owns homes, which essentially means what, 77% are renting. Atlantic City is 27%, Trenton is 37%, Camden is 39%. Now I know Newark is like directly across from NYC on the map at least, and so New York City probably has a similar stat of homeowners to renters, but that's a pretty frightening number. 23% homeownership amongst Newark residents in a what I believe is a majority black city in Newark. So that's one of those places that's just right for gentrification, right? It's right for these foreign investors to come in, buy up a bunch of property, spackle
So
and
that means that I mean,
Mhm.
just imagine every month. I mean, the reason why I can, to me, it's foreign to me, man, because I haven't rented in years. So
Mm.
renting, it's like, why do people rent? But they want people to rent. They want the rich people to own all the property, and then the rich people, they can make money uh, off of rent. So that's what keeps rich people rich
Yes.
is owning property and renting out to poor people.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And but in Southeast Asia, right? When I talk to people about renting, they think renting is stupid and crazy.
Mm.
Even though the Philippines, a very poor country, their home ownership is in the 80%. The only people that
Mm.
rent are people that live in Metro Manila.
Damn,
So,
your phone's like in and out a little bit there.
so, uh, so I don't understand why I would rather put uh, people in homes. But I do have an idea of people own their home and or do the things you want to do.
Okay, your phone is going in and out a little bit for me. I'm not sure if Rella is hearing the same thing.
I am. Yes. It sounds like it's breaking up.
Okay. Well, so to build on what you were saying, that's why when I did the Delaware thread, I said we have to do a homestead act where we give land to our people. Once we have the majority, we set up a situation where we are going to give the land over to our people so that they have ownership, they have legacy wealth, because most wealth in the country is based on real estate. It really is. You buy your home, you're investing in your home. Your home produces value over time, and then you're able to leverage your home for expenses such as education and whatever else. So that's how most people do invest their money into their home, and then they grow wealth that way. And so you have a society that's saying we want to create fiefdoms, like you said, where we have individuals who are already financially well off, can own a bunch of property, and they can keep the subjugated, marginalized classes as forever renters. And so they never gain any wealth in the society. They never gain home ownership, which is it's extremely important to have that. And here's what's even worse: the younger generations, when you talk to them, they don't even have the desire for home ownership in many instances. And I think that's by design. I think that's intentional design to have our younger population growing up thinking, "Oh, I'll just, I'll live my best life. I'll lease here, I'll lease there, whatever, whatever, whatever." And instead of actually settling down, building equity, having property ownership, and really, my best advice is to buy multi units, for the first couple of properties, multi units, and then that way. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm glad you actually brought that up because I think in Delaware I was actually just talking to my seedling. She's respect and love to her. She's serving the United States Navy, and so she's not sure if she's gonna continue. This is my oldest, but we were talking about multi property units, and she actually wants to own an apartment building as well. And so I was telling her about different places that she can actually look into. And I think we need to start having this conversation with our children. Um, even
Yes,
at a young
yes, yes, yes,
age,
yes.
figuring out,
Absolutely.
hey, you know, college is great, but getting them set up so that that way they understand that, okay, well, you're going to be set up prior to if you decide to go that route, but you always
Mm,
have an economic floor underneath you, whether or not you decide
mm,
to go into college, or going to college or not. My uncle used to say, just get something that says you know how to do something, right? And I think starting out with multifamily units, having these discussions with our kids, and making sure that we also get the tools so that we can give it to them, that's important. I think the Delaware movement,
mm,
it would be great for us to get multifamily units
mm.
so that that way we can actually move even our elderly, into homes where we can hire our own, for those people who work, who feel like they might not have time to take care of their families, their parents who are aging, because there is a rise on assaults on our elderly. And so I think a multifamily unit, we could do so much with that and open up more doors in regards to the migration patterns, just with that alone.
Absolutely. I love it. When I look at Delaware, I do look at multi units. That's one of the searches I do. And then of course I'm looking for the cheapest apartment that I can find, just getting on the ground initially. But I do, because it's nice to know the ranges of homes. Delaware, for what it's worth, for home ownership, it's not the most expensive place, but it's up there. Let's put it that way. Like in my city, until recently, you could buy a decent house for like 50 grand. Now that's changed over time. In the communities outside of the city, you can still find something decent for under 100,000. But inside the city, you're probably in like the 2 to 300,000 range. I think Delaware, when I look on there, once you get over 100, you start to get into um some decent property. Once you get to like the mid 150s to 200, you're looking at some really well put together homes. They might be older, but they don't need a lot of work, if any. And then obviously once you go over that, you're pretty much turnkey, move right in, no issues. But um I've also found some that were in the 50s and under 100, but there's that's the thing. A good price is probably not going to sit on the market that long. And if it is sitting on the market long, usually that means there's something wrong with it, like it needs a lot of work, or there's some back taxes or something attached to the property. Um So yeah, the real estate market is funny like that. When I got the settlement and I was looking to buy a couple of rental properties, I was looking for stuff that was like 20,000 or less, to be honest. And about one that was a HUD house, and that was like 18. It was in good shape, didn't need a whole hell of a lot, to be honest. And then the other one I financed. So the thing that I've done is I've financed homes through, they call them land contracts. It's where the owner is selling the home privately, and essentially it's like a rent to own situation. Those, you want to make sure you do the land contract. It's registered in the county. You go through a law firm, etc. So all your paperwork is good. You have a really firm lease contract that you understand. You don't miss any payments. If you can make early payments. And so I was able to get two rental properties doing that without a mortgage through a bank. And so I didn't pay, because typically when you get like a 30-year mortgage, you end up paying three times what the home is worth. 15-year mortgage, you probably pay double. I was able to get these properties by maybe paying an extra 20-30% over what the house was worth over that time. So and then they were like 5-year deals anyway, so they were really short term. Um, so that's a way to go for somebody who's looking to buy. if you can find those. Craigslist used to be a great place for it. Now, probably Facebook Marketplace, I believe, is probably one of the more popular like classified sections to find online. But occasionally you'll find a really good deal like that, and if you're able to do it, go for it. Um, there's all these government listings, HUD homes that oftentimes are being sold because the homeowner died, or um, some other thing like that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it was a part of a sheriff's sale, or there's back taxes, or there's a huge water bill, or anything like that. Because I think with HUD, matter of fact, I know with HUD, before they do a title search, and before you are allowed to buy the property, it has to come back with a clear title so that there's nothing owed on the property. But at any rate, if you do get into that, make sure you do a title search, make sure you know that there's nothing owed on the property. Um, and that's whenever you buy property, because a lot of times what happens is people buy, this house was only $2,000. Yeah, yeah, blah blah blah. And then they find out that someone owes $25,000 worth of back taxes or whatever, and then you're stuck with that bill as well if you didn't know going into it. So just got to be a little bit careful, do your due diligence and all of that stuff. But yeah, I'm going to add this to the jumbotron. So this is in, it looks like Milwaukee. This poster posted a thread about this, but he's essentially saying home ownership grew everywhere, but this kind is out of state investment concentrated in one place, majority black neighborhoods. From 2018 till now, out of state home ownership grew by 1900 in black neighborhoods. And I literally just said this is what happens. They target black neighborhoods with this foreign investment, whether it's out of state or out of the country even. And he says this out of state investment actually fell in majority white neighborhoods. So in other words, out of staters weren't buying in white neighborhoods; they were buying up all the black neighborhoods. Um, he said this out of state investment trend is largely driven by three private equity backed firms, all of which mainly target Milwaukee's north side. They collectively own over 1,400 houses. And there's a lot of information. So I'm gonna put this up in the jumbotron as well. So this is like, to me, this is predatory. Um, the whole gentrification system is predatory, and it's based on divesting. So they divest from the black communities, no banks, no investment from the banks into the community. So the predictable outcome is that the community is eventually going to collapse. There's no businesses being opened and operated within the community. And so ultimately, a few decades go by, it's a bunch of abandoned buildings, it's a high crime area, and then out of nowhere, here comes this out of state investment, this foreign investment. The local government puts together a task force or whatever they call it to start investing into the community, and the black politicians typically try to get out in front of it because they don't understand what's happening, or they do and they just don't care. But essentially what happens is they feel like, okay, I'm gonna get out in front of this, it's gonna make me look good because we're investing in the community and I'm a part of that. But then 5-10 years down the road, no black people in the community can afford to live there anymore, and it's complete, the complexion of the community has changed. And I'm seeing that in all of the neighborhoods that I grew up in. That's essentially what has occurred. Buildings that stood forever, my middle school got torn down. Google put up a huge office complex on that location. um a Target went in, a Trader Joe's went in, um Starbucks. I mean, you see Starbucks, you see Trader Joe's, you pretty much know it's a wrap. And that's essentially how it happens.
And, the other thing is, what I realized too is that other communities, like you said, are not getting the resources. And I don't think it's necessarily just from, the state, but it really is from, set asides. And I want us to really understand that that's important as well, right? I think getting ourselves set up in our particular states with businesses that actually can digest um, getting to government set asides that can help fund a lot of projects in the community,
Mm.
that will also help, because for some reason, when you look at concentrated areas where, the urban areas, um, they're not getting
Mm.
funds sent to build, recover the properties, repair the communities.
Mm.
But when you look at other areas like where I'm at, and remember the recession hit everywhere, but somehow this area, the only thing that was hit was maybe the businesses, but the land itself is still being taken care of. There's still, technology, of course, buildings being propped up everywhere. So that's also important. I really do believe that we need a heavy technology, Black American led company to help enforce or insulate around. That way we can actually say, okay, well, contracts will go to the people in the community that work in the community, and we don't have to worry about whether or not Amazon will come into the community or Walmart comes into the community, right?
Mm.
Um, we become
Mm.
we now become the true, um, you know, I guess protectors, I guess maybe that'd be the right word. We really now become, I guess, the true caregivers, or, the controllers of what happens in our states. And I think that's important as well.
Yeah. So I just scrolled past and this is how the first home I bought. It was a part of one of these. What do they call it? Here they call it an affordable housing project. This was in Milwaukee's King Park neighborhood. So essentially, what they did was they got government funds together. It was a local, they were called the Mon Valley Initiative, but some local 501c3 or whatever, they advocated to get money from the government in order to build homes in some of these neighborhoods. Now, the Mon Valley was like the steel mill valley outside of Pittsburgh. So there was a lot of this rust belt. When the steel mills left, it created poverty, to be perfectly honest. And that was due to outsourcing. Federal government was involved in that as well. My grandfather worked in the steel mill, and a lot of black men worked in steel mills, worked in auto plants, and this is a part of the reason why the federal government shipped all these jobs out of this country, because we were building and we had a really robust middle class, Black American society, and it was coming from these jobs. So, that's a part, like all it's all connected, right? And so this group got together, said, okay, we're gonna whatever with the government, we're gonna talk to them, we're gonna advocate, we're gonna get some money. So they got the money to build these homes, and that's essentially what they did. They built mine's is a townhouse, so there were four in that set of buildings. Across the street, there were three. Down around the corner, they built almost like a whole street of these houses. Okay, my mic is going in and out. Okay. Well, I may have to come back out and come back in. Is it any better now? Yay, nay.
No.
No. Okay. All right. I'll just have to. I'll drop out. Come back in.
Okay.
Let's get Dark and Lovely up here while I do it. Okay. Okay, we got Dark and Lovely up to speak. Let's see. Where is my Twitter app? Shows you right there. I have issues. People couldn't hear me speak. Submit. Jump back in. Reconnect the space. I don't think they care about that.
And definitely, I just got off my plantation, so I was able to join the conversation. But I've been here since the beginning. So I'm in Birmingham, Alabama. The neighborhood that I stay in is called Central Park. It's not a historic black neighborhood. It used to be a white neighborhood until the white flight and black people started moving in. But what happened when black folks started moving in, the white people did not sell their homes. They just actually bought other homes on the other side of town and started renting out their homes in the neighborhood. So there's a very low population of people in my neighborhood who actually owns their home. I don't own my home. I am renting. My landlord is white. But there is we have two problems here that I've noticed. One, white people are not giving up their property here at all. They're using it as income. They're using it as basically investment properties for just renting out. And two, the properties that are available here, we have the Hispanic community coming in that already have contracts with construction and things, buying up these homes that are abandoned, fixing them up themselves and moving in. So it's kind of still putting us out on the streets because we don't have the capital to actually purchase these abandoned houses, or we don't know enough to research and kind of pull together. I did hear the conversation about, the family all living in under one roof, which is it's a great idea. Me and my husband has talked about that plenty of times. My husband is a truck driver. We are in the process of trying to, and he's military, so we are in the process of trying to buy a home. I'm trying to talk him into a family home. I know he wants his own space, but to me, it's more important for our family to be able to survive financially. Not only just us. I mean, his mom, his dad, my mom, my dad, my sisters and brothers, his brother. I feel like that's the goal for me. So I'm still trying to talk him into something like that because he wants his own space. And I told him, you can have your own space. I mean, if we have to buy, if you have to build your man cave, just straight in the backyard where you just go and just be who you want to be, you back there, you know what I'm saying? And then come back into the family house. I just feel like I can't have a boat and then see my family drowning. That's just it. I can't do that. So I'm slowly talking him into that as the months go on. But we used to be in hood housing. Actually, I used to have a project. I started making money, and my husband came back from deployment, and I put him on my lease, and my rent went to market rent. And we were paying like $850 to stay, in the projects. So there is a program where they would match your rent with they will match your rent for if I'm not mistaken, it was 5 years. After those 5 years, then you can take what they match and buy a house. But you have to be subsidized by the government in order to do this. We weren't subsidized by the government. We were actually paying market rent. So we got out of there. But if you're subsidized by the government and your rent is nothing but, let's say $150, $200, $300, you're never really going to you're never going to have enough in order to do that. Because they set the bar so low for subsidizing that nobody's going to reach that to where they can put a down payment on a home or in 5 years. So it's kind of like, what's the point? But that's what I'm seeing where I am. We have been driving around the neighborhood, kind of assessing the neighborhood, trying to see who's where, what is what. in the neighborhood, because we do have a lot of abandoned buildings that could be turned into stuff. We do have a lot of dilapidated houses that could be bought up, that are being bought up by the Hispanic community, and we know they're being subsidized. So they have the capital to put in, to come in and take over our neighborhoods. It is a mess over here. I try to, talk to people about it. It just doesn't seem like they're interested in trying to, their mindset, and they're older, of course, but it doesn't seem like the mindset is there to where they need to be able to be, just self-preservation, family preservation. Their mind is not there. It's just constantly in survival mode is what I can do right now. Because we're the first fire last hired, we are really, we're really strapped for cash. And because of these Hispanics that are coming in, and they're hiring them and they're getting subsidized, it makes it all the more harder to try to, build that capital. Now, because we because we have the government backing of our FHA loan, everybody doesn't have that. And even with that, you still have to have certain stipulations and meet a certain requirement to even do that. So we are swimming, against the current. I know we're going to be there. I know we're going to beat it, because I'm consistent with it and I'm adamant that we're going to actually have something to leave to the children. But it just seems like it's an uphill battle. I do want to learn more about the appraisal, because I do feel like
very important.
I've always wanted to get in real estate because I love beautiful landscape, and if you love beautiful landscape, beautiful houses, it's nothing for you to sell it, because I'm in sales. It's nothing for you to sell something you love. But I want to see what I can do to do my part to try to lift my community. I'm also in the back of my head, I would love to challenge our mayor, because he's just not doing anything. He's just going along to get along. He's putting money in communities that already have money, and I know he has to get contracts for this and for that, and they subsidize certain stuff in Birmingham. But come on now, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you know which area needs help, that you're still willing to turn your back. He ran on being the youngest black mayor or whatever, but he's still not doing anything substantive for our community. He's still putting money in the hands of people who already got the capital, which is really just basically, they're waterboarding us at this point. Like, we are really getting drowned. But I yield my mic to that one. Yeah, there are. So as I have been just trying to pull up all the information in which direction I wanted to go in real estate appraisal seems to be the kind of like the foundation. I know someone did ask in the comments, aren't people getting appraisals getting drowned out by, real estate assessors? I think that was the question. And at the end of the day, I'm not too sure about that answer, but I'm going to do my best to research. However, as long as there's real estate, appraisals are always going to be needed. We just don't have any high representation. And then the other thing is inspectors. As I have been doing my research in regards to real estate, I started looking at, what is actually needed in jobs that will never go away. Real estate agents will never go away. However, it's pretty much based on your next best deal. But appraisers and inspectors are going to be needed around the clock, because homes are constantly being sold, put on the market, or being bought. And you're going to need a real estate appraiser and an inspector. The FHA, I follow a guy. I follow actually Earn Your Leisure, but I also follow a guy that was on one of their YouTube. Gordon, I think his name is. Oh my gosh, not Gordon. Maybe it was Gordon, but he was talking about why starting with the multifamily unit first actually works better for you, because once you get the multifamily unit, you get people in the unit, and then for the income that you'll be making from that unit, you can take that money and save it up and then put a down payment on an actual single family home. And so
Mm.
he was talking about it as a way to set yourself up to actually have a steady flow of income. And I think we have to get into that mindset of, because we are working with limited assets or limited cash or some not at all, well, how do we get started? And so he gave a couple of tips that I also did learn for people who don't own homes or have bad credit, how you can actually get started with different programs within, I think, your um, prospective state, to help you actually get into a multifamily unit or get your first loan for your first home. Again, developing a group, I think, will actually help us to actually suss out a lot of the things on what we need. Being that you're in Alabama, I know Mississippi is one of the states on our list, and a few other states. I think this would be great to just open a door for us to explore our options on not just getting certified in these different areas, but how do we set ourselves up economically to put ourselves in a position to have several streams of income,
Yes.
so that we can do what we need to do.
Yes.
So my goal is not to chase the money; is to set up the systems so that way I am free to do what I need to do to serve my community. You know.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely. Let your money work for you. I definitely understand. I did read an article about appraisers, and I think it came after the report that came out about uh, um, um, Black America losing money because of the low appraisals. I did not know that the appraisal. The appraisers for the homeowner appraisals, I didn't know it was a family. Most of them are family business. Like, they get their families into it to where sometimes you have to do something like an apprenticeship, but they wouldn't take you, if you're black, because they don't want you in that field, because they see that, it's a good way for you to, appraise a family for their home, where they can build equity and build generational wealth. So they're intentionally locking us out of that, because you have to be up under, a apprenticeship, where they'll deny you for an apprenticeship or things of that nature. So my question would be, how would we, in order to get into the program, I guess I need to, just do my due diligence and do my research. How do we thwart something like that? Do we need to get one person in the door, and then that's the go-to person? I'm thinking, but how do we even start to get in the door then? So I actually am. I'm actually this. That was part of this point here, and I'm glad you asked that question. So I am actually trying to get into the training, which the training does. There's a cost to the training, and so that is the reason why the support will come from our insulated group. So if I get into the training, you get into the training, and we get someone else into the training, we now have 3 people that we can get into this training, go through the process, and then we can also be put ourselves on the list to become in a position, so we can actually now um, um, be able to bring on more people from our particular insulated group to train under us. They would still go through the online program, which we don't have to, have up front. We can, work all that stuff out in the background, but it allows us to now put ourselves in a position where we now can control, hey, we have trainers to go to, because it is a little difficult to find trainers. I'm in the state of Virginia, and when I tell you that, like, when I called Department of Regulations, as well as other companies that are across the United States, I called Texas, and I think I called California, they're having the same issue. It's finding people who are actually certified to actually have people trained underneath them. So again, this would help us, I think, insulate to actually address exactly what you're talking about um, in that case.
Yeah, so let me double up on what Ms. Dark and Lovely said about the VA home loan. So that is, and shout out. Yesterday was Veterans Day. Shout out to all the veterans, Black American veterans, and to your husband. I've been a truck driver. My son's a truck driver. Shout out to all the truck drivers as well. I think some of us have parents who were truck drivers. So shout out to those men and women as well. But the VA does give you this opportunity, VA home loans, to have home ownership, and they will finance a multi-unit. The way multi-units work, from my understanding, is anything below 4 units. And it's either 3 or 4. It's considered a residential property. Anything above that is commercial property. So that's you gotta keep that in mind as well when you're thinking about multi-units. And commercial real estate is a much higher hurdle to climb over because they want tax returns. They want a bunch of extra information, and they're much more difficult to qualify for. So I always look at it as 3 to 4 units, and you can qualify under residential mortgages for that. Um, I mentioned something about the land contracts with an owner seller. Sometimes they're called for sale by owner. I think there was a website out. There used to be books, little magazines that people would post their homes in there. But here's something, and we talked about the scammy theft nature of white degeneracy. So there was an app or some company called Divvy Homes, Divvy Homes, and it was supposed to be an opportunity for you to rent a house, and then eventually you would buy it. So you would be renting, and some portion of your rental payments would go towards owning the home. Well, this is on fastcompany.com, and it says inside the rent to own startup that's putting aspiring homeowners in financial jeopardy. I, and being someone who's a little discerning and do a lot of research, and try to use all the information that I can find in order to execute those type of deals. You got to be very careful. You definitely want to have an attorney look over all your paperwork, and that's not expensive at all. Just so you have backup and get all your paperwork recorded with the county, like I said, so that when you make that final payment, it's registered directly with the county. If your county does that, every state is different, but you want paperwork. You don't want to just go to. So my brother, for instance, we went to a AAA, and they essentially notarized paperwork. They notarized the contract. What ended up happening was, and the guy was a nice enough guy. It was like a sweetheart deal. He died, and the wife was didn't like him. I think they were living in separate homes. She might have been cheating on the guy, whatever the case may be. When he died, we had to deal with the wife, and if we didn't have that contract that was notarized, it would have been she was essentially trying to steal the house away from us. So we had to fight her in court, and we ended up hiring an attorney to send her a threatening letter to let her know that we would sue her in court, and then she backed off. And eventually he actually ended up selling. He actually set up a situation where he could sell the house, take out the equity, and everything like that. So you definitely want to be doing your due diligence in those situations. But again, watch out, because this Divvy Homes looked like they were essentially operating like they were some professional organization, and people were trusting in them. And then much like, and I'll bring it up, the FTX crypto exchange, where they're operating like a legitimate organization, but they're essentially setting people up so that they can rape and rob them financially. So you definitely want to be careful, for sure. Look at credit unions. If you're having a problem with regular banks, look at credit unions. And if you're in the military, there are military based credit unions. They may be more favorable. I actually got two mortgages from a I think they're a military based credit union, even though I'm not in the military, but they were much more favorable than even all the other credit unions I went to. So certainly look around. I'll end with that.
The space is kicking people out too. It's really acting crazy. It's kicking people out the space. Yeah, we're definitely going to be trying to move off here. So if you don't have your fan base account yet or on social, please definitely go ahead and open up your accounts because I don't know how much longer we'll probably be on here.
Yeah, that sucks because this is actually, it's so funny because when we talk politics, I mean, that is what it is. But this really is a political space, even though we're talking about real estate, because we're talking about actually having home ownership and building wealth. I put a bunch of real estate post up in the jumbotron, and essentially what the census is black wealth. The reason there's a black wealth gap outside of everything that they did to create it is the fact that we don't have home ownership. So um the comp, you got it. Come on, man, it won't let me
I
close this
just
thing.
wanted to give a tip or two that I learned when I was in college about real estate and stuff. I actually watched my dad do this too. But what they do is they start like an investment firm, like a company, an LLC.
Nice.
And him and his friends and stuff, they started this LLC, and they get together investments with
Investment
whatever
club.
money they have or whatever money they can borrow. But I said, why do you have to start a company? I mean, you guys could just go together and just buy property and stuff. And he told me, he said they will give you a loan if you're a business. Now, if you're just going to try to buy a house and you're going off your own credit score and all the other stuff, and you're trying to get, a house, you're most likely not going to get the loan. He says more likely that they'll give you $100,000 for a house if you open up like a real estate company or an investment firm or something, to where when you go to the bank, you show them, your paperwork and stuff like that, like a business plan and all the other stuff. So they got their business plans and they go up to the banks and they go loan money and stuff, and they say you could get construction loans. If you're an investment firm, you could get all types of loans given you from traditional and credit based banks. So opening up an LLC, like you could buy property, you can buy fleet vehicles. You could do a lot with the LLC. So just try not to do everything in your name. Like try to put it underneath the business, and you should be able to do better.
That's definitely great advice and sound advice, and I do agree. And I think Black might be a little further ahead along than I am, but I think at the end of the day, we need kind of a little bit of everything. So I won't reveal my LLC. I already have an LLC, but the real estate LLC is definitely going to be constructed at the same time as the team is being built out. So I feel like listening to you say that I'm on the right track, and that again, this is something for us, and so I look forward to building, and building a great team, and getting people set up in their area. So
Twitter ain't responding. Yeah, that was great advice. Really great advice. I've had an LLC. Well, I started in trucking in 1998, and I started as an owner operator. So I've had the same EIN number, and I've had different LLCs. But the last one I created when I got the first bar, I've pretty much used that. And the thing is, when I called in to ask about it, I called the IRS to ask, do I have to have a different LLC for every business? They basically told me I do not. So I operate as a sole proprietor LLC, so that's a little bit different than having a separate corporation. But it kind of streamlines my tax returns because I still do work for another company as well. Um, but there's that Dun and Bradstreet, I believe is what it's called, to build business credit, and I do get letters from them every once in a while. There was a time where I was like, man, let me do this. Let me put the time and effort into it, but I never did. I know a lot of black business, I guess what we call them, platforms online. They do sort of tout that business credit strategy, and if it works, it works, and go for it. I've just never had the opportunity to really develop it that way.
Well, I want to read something I actually found to answer, I think, one of the questions that was on the in the chat. And it was, isn't real estate assessments driving real estate appraisers out of the game because real estate appraisers get paid? And so what I found, this is from my Mortgage Insider. It says the importance of real estate appraisals. If you are like most home buyers, then you won't be paying cash for a home. Instead, you'll be getting a mortgage through a mortgage lender. There are tons of steps to getting a home loan. And a home appraisal is one of those most crucial components of the process. Whether you are buying or selling a home, appraisals exist for a good reason. A home appraisal is an important professional opinion of how much a home is worth. Without an appraisal, buyers and sellers wouldn't have an unbiased evaluation of their home's value, and neither side would know what price to negotiate. An appraisal is used in a purchase and sale transaction to let the lender know that the contracted sales price is supported. For refinances, appraisals assure the lender that the collateral used for the loan is worth the necessary amount. And so I just kind of wanted to kind of answer that question to solidify that appraisals are one of the most crucial steps in selling and buying a home. And for that very, very reason, no matter what type of market we're in, low selling homes or overselling of homes, we're all that this particular I think avenue is always going to be a guaranteed income. So there you go.
Oh, come on, Twitter. Come on, Twitter. Oh, they got me locked out.
I think we have, I don't know if Paternal, did you still want to speak? Because I see him up here on stage. Do you still have him on your screen?
Yeah, and I'm having a thing. This is the first time Twitter is ever, the app.
There was something that I wanted to add to the real estate thing. That if you get your real estate, say if you have your real estate license,
gotta go and come back
and say you go work for a broker.
Oh wow,
a real estate broker.
I actually went out and tried to get back in. It's just it's extra glitchy tonight,
and
extra
stuff
glitchy.
Like that. And
extra glitchy.
I told him, I said, let's hang out. I want to learn a little bit about it. And so, went to Starbucks one day, and he was telling me all about real estate and everything. But he said that if you want to make the biggest, fastest gains in real estate, he said sell commercial properties. And when you sell commercial properties, don't sell anything that is less than $1 million.
Oh God. Yeah.
Like when you
Man, good
go
luck with
for
that,
that
bro.
job, your job is only to sell the big buildings, the ones that cost over $1 million. And if you happen to be that person they can trust to sell those
Good
commercial
luck with that one,
properties,
bro. That's a
you
high
know,
hill,
or
high hill to
even
climb.
lease them out, because you could do either or. You could sell it or you could lease it out. You still get a piece of that commission. But he said, go for $1 million properties. Like anything that's over $1 million, that's all you want to sell. He was like, you don't want to sell fixer uppers. You don't want to sell these dilapidated homes. You know, you want to sell buildings like, Walmart builds buildings all the time, and then they move, and then they leave the whole infrastructure there, and they move somewhere else. And these buildings are always in need of sell or leased out to other people. So we see this all the time. Walmart's always building new buildings, and they are worth over $1 million. So if you get into that real estate market, getting rid of these, commercial businesses and selling them, you make a bigger commission than you would like selling $100,000 homes and stuff.
So there's a city in Alabama that's basically right next to Midfield, called Fairfield. It used to be called Corey, Alabama. And what you're talking about, because they moved it was a brand new Walmart building. It was there for a good 5 years before they moved the Walmart, saying it was high theft or whatever they was talking about. But it is sitting in the city of Fairfield, right smack dab in the middle, and it's a beautiful building. It's newly constructed, but it's literally vacant, and it's been vacant for a good 6 or 7 years now. Now, one thing about Fairfield is up for sale. That city has been for sale for a good 5, I don't even want to say 5 or 6 years. It's been longer than that. The whole city is up for sale because they're their own city. But it is, yeah, that building has been sitting there in the middle of, because it used to be the Walmart everybody went to, because, we didn't want to go to Lakeshore with the white people. So we went to Fairfield that was literally right down the street. And they moved it. They moved the Walmart. And, now it's just been sitting there collecting dust. They used to be the Walmart used to be in an old building. It was an old building that's still sitting there as well. That was right up the street. They moved that Walmart. They built the new one and moved everything down the street. So it's 2 buildings, and then moved out of the neighborhood. So it's 2 buildings that's sitting in Fairfield. One is brand new. One is kind of dilapidated. But and about that commercial, sell the commercial property, I've heard that too from a real estate agent. I have heard that as well. Do go into commercial property, not residential. I definitely have heard that as well. And shout out to the Flip Man. If you, again, these are just people that I've actually been able to just follow who talk about wholesaling real estate. They talk about buying and selling, and also commercial real estate. So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Another pointer that I learned, and I learned this from my mother, that what you can do is say, like, if you go down to the building that takes care of the property taxes, you can pay the property tax on any property. If it's delinquent, it has to be delinquent, and they have to be served a notice of delinquency on their property. If you pay off the property taxes on any building, You don't even have to own it. What's it called? Like say like if somebody had a $80,000 home, and say their property taxes was about $8,000, and they're losing their home over $8,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can pay that property tax,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can write a contract yourself and say, hey, I paid the property taxes. This is how much I paid on it, and then this is my fee that I want for you to, be able to pay off the property tax.
Mm-hmm.
And in some states, if they don't pay you back within the, I think it's like 2.5, 3 years or something like that, then you gain ownership of the property. So you can always buy property by paying off the property taxes on some houses and buildings. Or you can always go to what's it called? There's another website, Bid for Assets. That's what the whole country is using for every state agency, like the states, the counties. They all went to Bid for Assets. That's a local government and U.S. government bid site. So you can always go on there. I've seen a house that was going for $5,000, 3 bedrooms in California. Another one that my dad bought, he bought that one for $10,000 and turned around, fixed it up for about 35, 40,000, and then sold it for 235,000.
Ooh.
And also, you can use
big,
you could
you
use
like
credit to
That's
buy
big.
property and stuff like that. But if you buy property using credit, you want to get the house undervalued, like undervalued. So if a house is, let me see, how did they put this? If the house was like a $500,000 house, right? And you were able to purchase it for let's say $175,000, $200,000. Let's say $200,000, right? This is a $500,000 home, $200,000, right? You get a loan for $200,000, right? You purchase the home, you resell the home for whatever value you could get out of it, which is $500,000. And you could calculate the profits that you made after paying back that $200,000 loan. You got that money in your pocket. But anytime when you use credit, you're supposed to use credit to invest it in something that you can flip it. You don't need your own money to flip. You can flip other people's money and, such as credit, buy properties for cheap, and then, turn around and resell it like within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, you should be able to resell that property. So, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Hot market. Okay, yeah, absolutely. That's a really hot market out in the West Coast and some other major areas. You probably got that going on. And so yeah, if you can do it, go for it. I'm gonna give us a stat here that is going to explain something that we said earlier about the younger generation not necessarily looking to buy homes and or being locked out of home ownership. So in 2021, only 6% of the homes bought in the country by first time buyers, and this is the qualifier, first time home buyers, only 6% of those were bought by Black Americans. And, we could talk about delineation. So likely that's putting us all into the same category. There's no delineation there. But this year, that number dropped to 3% of first time home buyers those homes were bought by Black Americans. In contrast, 82% white first time home buyers last year and 88% first time home buyers this year by Caucasians in this country. So for all, I mean, and I'm going through a bunch of these are just Twitter posts about, I just put in black home ownership in the search, and I'm going through the Twitter post, and it's all about the wealth gap, and it's all about how home ownership is the reason for the wealth gap. Well, damn. I mean, holy shit. This for first time home buyers, if the gap is 3% to 88% and 6% to 82%, you're never going to close that gap. That's not a gap. That's an abyss. That's an eternity. And so you can only imagine with these first time home buyers in comparison to all, the mainstream citizens or whatever you want to call them, what uphill battle they face. And then that's like, again, if only 3% of first time home buyers are black, what does that mean for those who are not buying homes, who are renting, who are leasing, who, I mean, it's like, damn, like, because again, the home is the main investment vehicle for most Americans. I mean, it just is. Most Americans don't want to own a business. They don't start up a business. They work, they pay their bills, and they pay their housing expenses, whether they own it or they lease it. And the goal with owning is that, and let me make this suggestion: never get a 30-year mortgage, 15 or 10, if you can really crunch your budget to get it done in 10 years. That's the best. Sooner if possible. Never go 30. But for most people, it was they'd have a 30-year mortgage. At some point, they'd pay the home off, and then they get to breathe because they didn't have that mortgage payment that they, it really adjusted their budget. And then they get to do other things with their money. But how many of us are not even thinking like that? And this is in the younger generation, which is what, Generation Z, the millennials, and now they got the alpha generation. So how many of them are going to be growing up thinking, I'm gonna just lease here. I can live here. I'll lease here. I'll
Wait, who's the alpha generation? Just wondering because
yeah.
I've been seeing a lack of alphas lately.
Well, the kids that are being born now, like my granddaughter, I'm assuming she would fit in that because she just turned 2. So I believe she would fit into that alpha generation. Yeah.
Ryan, wait a minute now.
Yep. Beautiful little girl, little princess for sure.
Okay, and my other question is, you said you typed in black home ownership, or did you put in black home ownership rate?
No, I just searched in the Twitter timeline for black home ownership, and I'm just going down the post with that
Okay,
in
that's
it.
all I need to know. I'm gonna check something out. I'm gonna be right back.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even keep up. The alpha generation, I just can't.
Yeah. Well, we know what comes after alpha, don't you?
Is it beta? Because I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, what happens to Omega? And I'm just, all those go out the window.
I don't know if they're gonna let me get back in there. Miss Dark and Lovely, you got it. I'm trying to turn my mic off. It's glitching.
That's always the funniest because I can hear your thumb trying to hit the mic. So, I just looked up. There's something called adverse property, where you could, if you sit on a property that's not owned by the state for 20 years, you can end up owning the property. Then there's something called a quiet title in Alabama.
Okay.
It's $5,000 for the program, but it's you can get full fee simple ownership, of a property, whether it be a house or vacant lot, or have plans to redevelop, rehab, or build upon it immediately. And I'm just reading from the Quiet
Nice.
Title Program. Upon a successful application, you can acquire a tax deed and clear title to the requested property, and then you own it.
Wow.
Like there's a lot of programs out here that
Wow.
we really don't know about. Like 5,000, that's the income tax check, right?
Mm.
So that's basically something you can try to get into to try to get a property
Nice.
of your own and build on it. And it could be something. It could be acres at this point because there's a lot of.
Don't forget forbearance now. People don't want to think about that one because that was that case where the guy was living in the house and people were like calling him a squatter.
Squatter.
And in particular states, I think it's
I think that was in California. The black guy.
Yes, and I can't remember where, if it might have been California, but all I remember is seeing that video. I'm gonna have to go find it, but he was like, "I've been here. This is my house," and I think
he put a no trespassing sign in the yard. I don't know.
Yes, and I said, "Oh my gosh!" And but so I think
I know who you're talking about.
Yes, and I think right before the year that it was time, he would have actually, I think, got the house. I think the owners came back and tried to get the house from him, but it was something about the taxes. I think he had already paid. He already paid for.
He paid the property taxes, and then he owned it, and then they were arguing about it because they didn't know what he did. The people that lived in the neighborhood didn't know what he did, and they were like, yeah, the old owners moved out. They thought the old homeowners said that they were renting out the house and looking for renters. And they thought this guy just walked in. He said, no, these people lied to you. This is my house. This is my house I bought legally. And they were trying to call the police and kick him out and stuff.
But the police couldn't kick him out.
No, and white people were mad.
They was all over the news.
Because they saw one of their own people fall off the map.
No, they were mad. They were mad because he did what they did.
That too. Did exactly what they did.
Because they on camera talking about you. We work for you. You shouldn't be able to just they were so because you used their tricks on them.
Yes,
they tried to get the homeowners association on him, and
but the funny part was it was $13. That's all he paid to the court to get that.
Wow.
I don't mean to laugh, but when I saw the video, I had to find the video. I know it's on YouTube, but I cracked up because he was living in the front of the house, and I think the stipulations was he had to be there. I think for either for a year or 3 years, and I have to look it up now. But I don't know if they changed the laws or not. But it was
wow.
It was some serious business.
Well, let me say. Let me say.
They watched him for a good, what's it called, like 4 months, like going in and out of the house. I mean, even though he was technically like outside the house and not living there, he still had access to it.
They were trying to get all his business. He didn't give them no time of day. They were so mad.
Well, what would help is Ms. Dark and Lovely brought up a lot of very interesting and legal ways to get home ownership that are sort of like hidden secrets, but could be taught in high school, to be perfectly honest, could be a part of our curriculum. And it could also be something that our elected officials actually had programs to educate the community. They could have monthly meetings. Their staff could be involved in that. And so that is more of like an ideology change shift in the way that politicians operate within the community to actually help Black Americans discover what some people may call them loopholes, whatever you want to call them. If it's legal, it's legal. So it's just a tool, another tool for us to use. And it actually could help with the homelessness issue across the country if we could figure out ways to essentially rehabilitate properties that are not being utilized. This is a story about Zillow. I don't know if we remember. They had this algorithm system that they were just buying up all these properties all around the country. They got into trouble really quickly because of the appraised values weren't holding up. So essentially what they would do is they would look at a zip code, they would go in because people would go on Zillow and they would be looking in a neighborhood. So Zillow would take that information and realize that people wanted to buy in a certain location. They would go in and buy up multiple homes in that zip code, and then they would raise the value so that they could profit off of what was essentially a hot market. And they essentially got caught in that process. And so what ended up happening was they got federal lawsuits. This one is saying they're going to lose an estimated 380 million on Zillow offers. I think that was the website where they were essentially guaranteeing people that they would buy your home if they couldn't sell it or make a profit off of it. It also said they had to write off 569 million worth of homes. So this is the white degeneracy, the scam, the corruption that's built into the system. This is almost $1 billion of money that we're talking about that they had to write down or lost in the process of setting up this massive Ponzi scheme. This one talks about they had to offload more than 7,000 homes. So the system, they know all these loopholes, these tools. They tried to take advantage of it, and again, they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Whereas we don't necessarily have that insider information to be able to develop that, but with state authority, we certainly could have the information. And I'm all about creating an office of equity that will make sure that everything across the board has equity, including the educational system. There's not going to be like multiple tiers of schools just based on zip code. We'll get rid of all of the segregation. That's where the money flows. I don't care where people live where you want, but we're not going to have money segregated within the society, because to me that's unconstitutional, and it's un-American, even, in a sense, even though technically the way they built the country, they built it to be that way, but we can eliminate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about with the whole Zillow situation, because I had properties in Texas, I had properties in Illinois, and I would put it on Zillow, and of course you got to give them all your information to prove that you're the homeowner of the house to put it on Zillow. And you know what they appraised my houses at? Now these were had standing buildings on them. Yeah, they need to be fixed up a little bit, but it wasn't that bad. Like, bathroom needed to be fixed up, the kitchen needed to be redone, floors needed to be redone, like small minor things. You know what they appraised my house? All my houses on Zillow, $0.
Oof.
Zero.
Oof. I never trusted Zillow, man.
time, and
Never
I
trusted
didn't know
Zillow.
for the life of me. I was like, did I make a bad investment or something? Did I just buy property that just wasn't worth anything? But then every piece of property has to be worth something. So how are you going to sit here and tell me that this property is worth $0?
Damn it, bro. This is tough.
Yeah, see, that is bad. I think I'm echoing. I need to drop down and come back in.
It's not you. It's Black. It's the host.
Is it really?
Oh no. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Let me see. Yeah, because my shit does that. I don't know why my shit does all this weird shit on here, man. Damn it, bros. Yeah, it got me in a box.
Representation in
Damn, you got me
the
in a box,
appraisal
man.
Industry right now. Depending on who comes to appraise your house, they're looking at the property. If you can bring the property down low enough to the point where essentially they can deem, the area pretty much not in a high value range, then that opens a door for people who have who do have money to come in and buy up the area, and then they go and outprice the market, get people outpriced in the market, and so you can't even buy property or afford to sell because your property will go up if as soon as they sell the first 2 or 3 properties higher than what the market values in the areas go for. So it's a dirty game. And I was looking up the Zillow's case. They actually bought 7,000 houses. Is that what you said, Black? Because it says here they bought 7,000 homes worth $2.8 million. That they now are trying to flip. So again, how were they able to get that money up front to even buy those homes?
Investors.
How are they set up? I think the piece that I'm looking at is how are they set up first of all, and where are they getting this upfront cash of $2.8 billion to go ahead and buy $7,000 homes across the country, and then they get stuck to a point where they're supposed to be flipping this. So I'm assuming they were supposed to flip those houses and make double the profit of 2.8 million. That's what I'm assuming is supposed to happen with this situation. And again, it goes back to if they're set up as an LLC and they have insider knowledge of how to get set up and also utilize government set-asides. As of right now, there's about $600 billion worth of government set-asides that are up for grabs. And we need to get properly focused, laser focused, to figure out, okay, what are the things piece by piece that we need to start pulling from off social media as we are transitioning and now becoming a tight-knit group and actually getting ourselves set up. The goal has to be everyone survives. I am about race preservation. That's not the same as being racist. Race preservation to me is the same as property preservation. The upkeep, the mental health, the security, financial security has to be our goal, but our protection has to be we insulate each other. So Zillow, like you said, it's white degeneracy, but it's greed at the same time. And I think that every time Black people get involved in trying to do something great for the United States, we always, become the superheroes or something like that. So I think we need to save and be superheroes for ourselves. So that's how I feel.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah, they just lucky that I haven't went down there to those places and met them face to face because we have some things to discuss. One of my properties, actually, I was trying to sell it to a few people, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't buy it. And the only reason why I say that is because this system is jacked up. It's real fucked up. And, I'm glad that I didn't sell this prop to the Black Americans, because what these people did, like, I still own the property, but they came and knocked down the house. No warning, no paperwork sent to me. They have my address here in California. They didn't send me no legal notice. They didn't send me anything from the courts that was saying that, this had to be paid, because I owed on property taxes and stuff. So they got to take that through a court. They didn't even take it through court. They didn't even ask the judge. They didn't even ask the county that records all the properties and stuff like that. They didn't even ask the property tax people. They just went and demolished the whole house with no notice.
The city did this?
Yeah, and I know that I haven't been there for about like 3 years, because, like, going from California, all these other places, like, I can only get there like when we have like family reunions and, get-togethers and stuff. And if I'm lucky, I could catch a plane out there with somebody or a train with somebody. But I've been meaning to get out there, but within like dealing with the pandemic, because when I bought most of these properties, I was buying them for like $1,500, $600. Really, really low prices. And another one was just given to me. It was given to me by my father. My father gave me it was an empty lot though. I'm not complaining about that one, but the other one that I had, yeah, they didn't send me no notice or anything. They just came by. And I remember when I went out there and bought the house, I paid off the property taxes. There was nothing that was owed on it. All the liens, property taxes was paid on it. And as soon as I go out there to go and, sign the paperwork, everything, and I'm cleaning out the house. And we're cleaning out the house, and some white dude inside of in a truck comes driving by, and he's sitting out front, and we're cleaning out the house, and he says, "Hey, do you know who the homeowner is of this house?" And I was like, it was me, but I told him I didn't know. I was like, I don't know the homeowner. I'm just here being paid to clean out this house and all this stuff. And he was like, that this house is going to be demolished and wrecked. And I was like, what is this? This guy just wasn't updated or something, that all the property taxes and everything was already paid and stuff like that. But he had already in his mind that regardless, this house was going to be torn down.
I think the city condemned that house.
Yeah.
You can condemn it, but you can't sit there and without notice, without calling the property owners and stuff like that and say, "Oh, we're going to tear it down," and go tear it down.
Bro.
Because we've been in COVID. We haven't been able to travel anywhere. It's not until after 2021 we was actually able to go out and actually do things. But
yeah,
then
but
on top of that,
you gotta you definitely would have to probably still read your laws. Read the laws in the county, because remember COVID hit. As I like to say, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. But at the end of the day, the laws did not. They didn't just hold off on the laws of the states and the counties. And so you definitely got to look at that to see whether or not they had like a COVID, kind of like a moratorium. And if not, then that might be the smoking gun. They always get us with what we don't know legislatively and legally. And that's another reason why I have Legal Shield now, and I am a Legal Shield representative as well. I don't try to promote it at all, because I think there's a time and place, but I will say that be you should have a stand on or standby attorney or law firm so that you can have people write letters or fight on your behalf, because at that point now you're talking about the legalities of real estate, which I think Black talked about earlier, that does impact you. Even if what you're saying could be true and right, emotions and everything, wrapped in that. It's just now you have to figure out, okay, was that against the law what they did? If so, you might have a case to sue the city if what they did was illegal, but you need an attorney to figure that out. And probably a real estate attorney, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was likely that whoever came out and said that they are planning to demolish that home is probably the person who was actively involved in getting it demolished. We had a property that, man, dumped thousands, tens of thousands of dollars into, and the neighbor hated the fact of, it was my brother and myself. He's seeing these black men come in and out of this house, and he was planting shit all in the yard, like just goofy shit over there, and he did petition the town because it was in a little town to get the house ultimately demolished. And there was some taxes owed on it, but it wasn't. Again, it wasn't to the amount to where they would trigger a demolition that fast. I mean, it was like within a year or two. My brother was he was putting all his work in, and then he ended up being incarcerated, but he was only locked up for 3 years, to be honest. Usually in the area I live in, it takes years. I mean, it takes a long time. It could take up to 5 years, to be honest, before they ever do any action in that situation. And he bought the house, and it was already in sort of and it was a fixer upper, so it wasn't in great shape. And he was trying to gut it, and I mean, put in all new wiring, all new plumbing, all new drywall, etc. And he just ran out of time with it, but it was in much better shape than it was when it sat there for years. The house was probably built in the early 1900s, but this guy just had a vendetta out for that house. And again, not wanting to see a black family or black people move into that little, it's like a dead end street area. So he made it a point, and one day, I mean, I would check on the house like every couple of months because it's sort of out of my way. And then just one day, matter of fact, I showed up to court because they did send out court papers. More than likely, if they did that, they sent something directly to the house. And I showed up to court, and it was like, um, we're giving you this amount of time, that amount of time, whatever. It was a couple $1,000s to rehabilitate the taxes on it. And it just turned out that, there was nothing that he could do from his position. And I wasn't, because I told, to be honest, I wasn't putting no more money into it because I told him initially the house is already rented out. Just find a tenant and use the rent to improve it over time. That's the thing is some people, they watch the TV shows, HGTV or whatever, and it's like flippers, and they go in and they do the demolition day, and then everything looks good, and then they got the contractors come in, boom, 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 and within 30 minutes you go from this dilapidated property to $1 million home. That's a fantasy. In real life, it does not work that way at all. There's um, all types of local officials, inspectors, the contractors. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's hard to even find contractors to do certain work. It's a long process, and there's usually delays in the process. And sometimes it's from the city inspectors, sometimes it's from the contractors, sometimes it's because the money just low at the time. So you really, you gotta be pragmatic and have patience and not get in over above your head if possible. But the way I look at businesses or is this: I'm going to put up the seed money, but if the business isn't able to survive and essentially pay for itself to survive at some point, you got to cut your losses. You can't just keep dumping money into something that's not producing any income. That's a sure way to lose money. So if you lost $5,000, you better off losing $5,000 than losing $50,000. Is the way I look at it. And I like to look at properties as if would feel comfortable living in it as like at the time that I buy it, or do I have to paint the walls and that's enough, or change the carpet and that's enough? But if you got to do some major construction, I would avoid I would avoid that at all costs. I'd rather just buy a house and spend an extra $10,000 to get a house that was just needed carpet or something light work, because you're going to run into more problems more than likely. Whew. So there's a theme that I'm noticing in this Twitter black home ownership situation. And so this one says for black women, and this is gender bias, gender based. It's likely factual, but you all the thing that we got to understand in this country, they are really trying to create this wedge between black men and black women, and they really focus their attention on black women. They did it with the student loan situation, and as it turns out, it was an unconstitutional um, overreach for the president to do what he did. It was actually the largest, I guess, executive order in the history of the country, and for that reason, the judge essentially said, "This is not going to work. You need to run this through Congress in order to get this approved." So they essentially use black women's pain and debt and all of the emotions that come around that, and to be honest and to connect that to this, student loan debt is one of the biggest issues when it comes to home ownership, because you're spending all your money paying off student loans and you never have the opportunity to invest your money into a home. But this one says for black women, an added dimension of sexism makes achieving home ownership nearly impossible. Or it says they are 256% more likely to receive a subprime mortgage than a white man with the same financial profile. Another one said 98% less likely to get a oh no, here it is, 90% less likely, um because of the gender and racial wealth inequity, to be able to afford to purchase a home. So this particular one really does focus in on the relationship of black women to home ownership, versus the white degenerate population. So it's probably worth at least looking into. And I'm all for organizations that really want to center black women and help uplift black women, because black women are the head of the family for the most part, and they are going to take care of the children, and they are going to educate our children, and they really are the voice to the future generations. So I'm all on board with it, but do recognize that this is an intentional division of the black family, instead of them, essentially saying black families, black married families, or whatever the case may be. But um yeah, it's devastating, devastating what's going on in this country when it comes to black home ownership. The question in the chat box about assessments. So assessments, the way I understand assessments is when the government, the county usually assesses the property. They do these assessments, And sometimes they give you a lower value, which reduces your taxes. Other times they give you an insanely high valuation. Usually the values go up because they're trying to get more tax revenue. So they're kind of intentionally raising the value to squeeze more money out of the community. And you usually have to hire an attorney, and you hear commercials on the radio, TV. If you got a, if you got a bad assessment, our law firm will whatever speak on your behalf. So oftentimes senior citizens get some sort of reduced taxation when it comes to that. I believe in that wholeheartedly. Um, I believe married couples actually personally should get some type of benefit as well, because you do want to support the family. You want to support married families. Um, but I think in that particular question that he might have been talking about government based assessments versus appraisals, which are more or less like a private, banking sort of deal. And appraisers might be involved in these county-wide or statewide assessments, but I'm thinking that is more of a government function versus an appraiser, which is more of like private property, commercial property, whatever that's up for sale. So I think they're like two different functions. I don't know how a government assessment would affect the appraisal industry, because like Miss Rella said, as long as homes are being bought and sold, you're going to need people to appraise them. They can do all the comps they want in the world, but they really want a human being to go out and visually inspect and then give their opinion, because these appraisals are opinions, and really not much more than that. And I've had homes be appraised, and in my state, an appraisal lasts for a certain amount of time. I think it's 3 months. It's 3 to 6 months, and you can't get another appraisal on that property. The bank. So let's say you had a bank and you were applying for a loan, and you got a low appraisal. Well, that bank will not accept a new appraisal until that time period elapses. And I think it's based on state law in this state. Every state's probably different. But when I got on the phone with a couple different lenders, as soon as I said that, they were like, "Oh, damn, I dealt with this before." They were like, there's essentially nothing you can do. Once they attach that appraisal to your home, you're screwed. And so that's another part of white degeneracy in black home ownership. When you're trying to get a mortgage or trying to get a home equity, they intentionally devalue your property, and they know you're going to be locked into that low value, and it's going to lock you out of the market. So that's what they do.
So I have here, I have here,
Hello, what's called my phone is went out. I might hear what the person was saying about the properties going under and all the other stuff. I didn't get the part because my phone cut out. The battery died.
You're in the matrix, the company. Try to drop down and then come back because it's choppy.
Oh shit! Yeah, definitely.
But I think we kind of heard a little bit what you were saying. You needed Black to repeat with his last statement.
Okay.
So while he's dropping out and coming back in, when we said that, at the beginning of the conversation, that there's a lot of in some families they kick the kids out at 18 as soon as they turn 18. If these kids know about some of these laws where they can, even though they're out on the street, they can go into a house and fix it up and sit on it. In Alabama, if you go into a house that's dilapidated and fix it up and sit on it for 20 years, then it's yours. Right.
Well,
20 years.
Right. So, and you know what, to be honest, too, I really think that we definitely need to look at the, like I said, the resource laws, like Section 8, things like that, programs that actually allow people to actually buy homes.
Oh my God!
I
Yes,
was
yes, yes, yes,
I
yes.
was yesterday years old. As I was again going
Damn
through
it,
all
bro.
this information, finding out that you actually can use for people who have been living in low income housing, you could use your Section 8 if you get Section 8 to actually purchase a home. I think there's different processes, and from my understanding, um, there might be different processes for each state, might be different. But hopefully, I can try to gather up how that works and figure out what that looks like. So I know um, all these different situations that actually can help our um, family structures as they are, but also protect kids, teenagers, or young adults who are struggling. Matter of fact, there's a person that I follow on Facebook. Her daughter got accepted to a school upstate New York, and she was able to buy a home under the loan, somehow include that in the loan or scholarships that our daughter got to actually, go through school. So again, all these different avenues, I think, just need to be compiled so that we can, like you said, actually get this information to the families who are actually in the positions of, renting or even in shelters and things like that. Because no one is helping our people. They're just not. And then I think a lot of our people who are finding this information, I don't know if they are either afraid to give the information or they literally are just keeping it to themselves, thinking that, well, I did all the footwork and, I don't owe anybody anything, that type of mentality. There's a lot that goes into, I think, the way we actually conceptualize that bootstrapism situation.
Man,
Like,
Twitter was
you'll hear
not.
people say,
They won't give me. Man, they won't
we
give me
don't
a
have
break.
any boots and we don't have any
You will not give
shoestrings
me
and
a
all that
break
great
here,
stuff.
B.
But when it comes to actually exposing information and talking about how to get certain things done, or just supporting and giving resources, we now find ourselves at a crossroad where we realize we are not as well off as we thought. Or we are in dire strait, because if you don't have enough people who have equity under their belt, then
They just won't give me a chance in this thing, man. They won't give me a chance to stay in the space, bro.
so I actually wanted to read this real fast. If anybody didn't want to jump in after that point, but I wanted to read this: appraisal versus assessment, and what's the difference. Home appraisal and assessments are both relative measures used to determine the value of a home, which we know. However, as above, the terms cannot simply be swapped out for one another, as neither is interchangeable. The main distinctions between an appraisal and an assessment are the general purposes that they serve. Put simply, appraisals, which are based on recent sale prices of properties in your area and other factors, are used to determine your home's actual value, which we do know. Assessments are relative measures of value that indicate how the same property will be taxed by the government instead. So, Black, you are correct. The assessments definitely are based on government, how the government assess your property based on taxes. So this is the mortgage, the Rocket Mortgage. So I will be posting these links for edification as soon as I can figure out how to get this, since I have to get this account organized. But anyhow, I'll post the links in the chat and on social.
Yes, yes, yes. Social, SOXCIAL.com. For anybody that's not already on social, I see some people in the space that are. If you're not, please do sign up. We actually opened up social to the public So you can share posts inside the network. You can share them on Twitter. You can share them on Facebook, I believe, LinkedIn, and you could always copy the link and share them everywhere else. And also, Miss Rella is here under her One Love Black Rose account because Twitter does what Twitter does. And so we are trying to help fund her real estate initiative. And Twitter keeps glitching on me and doing a bunch of crazy crap tonight. It's actually a lot worse than it has been in the past. But so if you can donate anything to help with this real estate initiative, please do so. And the Cash App is on her page. Actually, the first pin post in this jumbotron is her original account, and that is for the Juneteenth rally for reparations that's going to be in DC next year, next Juneteenth. And so if you go to her account there, her Cash App information is in her bio. If you use the app, there's a little dollar symbol and you that connects you directly to it. And then if you need PayPal, I believe she said to just DM her and she can give you that information as well. Um, I sent out probably 100 DMs, and a good number of people in those said that they were also going to donate as well. So, we got to support each other. We had a space called if you're not going to be a revolutionary, at least support the revolution. And that is how you become a revolutionary, by supporting the revolution. And so we're giving out a lot of information about how devastating. I mean, if there's a much worse word, devastating. It's like we're in a home ownership war, and they are slaughtering us in this country. Just there's no other way to look at it. If you have only 3% of first-time home buyers being Black Americans in this country, and that's unlikely that is delineated. How many of those people are not actual native-born Black Americans? Um, and you talk about the wealth gap. If you look at that in a sense of home ownership, there's a bunch of other percentages I'm gonna go through with some of these other posts, and it's just devastating. It's like a war zone, quite literally. So we got to change that. We got to reverse that. We definitely got to correct the course, and this is one of the tools that Miss Rella is employing. Because again, from the one post where they said in 2017 alone, in 1 year, 156 billion in home equity. Now they say we lost it, but we didn't lose it. They stole it away from us. They literally took it away from us with these low appraisal values across the country. Um, that is theft. That is not something that we did to facilitate that. Um, so yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, so the goal is to get into the appraisal course and actually pretty much reciprocate that. So the first lot of money will actually be put back into the pot to actually bring on another person. If we can make at least 3,800, we can put two people through the course, and in turn, we can actually double the amount of money in reverse that we will be able to actually put back into the course, and actually turn around and put four people into the course. I want to make this a way where we actually are able to now get to a point where we can start to again provide what we need in developing a real estate conglomerate for ourselves. I also eventually will be looking at going into the avenues of adding on construction so that will actually look at how we are able to work with other Black-owned companies until we can develop our own to actually go out and actually construct homes as we are looking at buying land. I think this is a really, really good way to get people's feet wet and understanding the ins and outs of maybe um, how real estate works in the sense of, different industries within real estate. Some people can become agents. You don't have to always be agents. There is wholesaling. There's so many different avenues that I've looked into, but the biggest one I think economically right now that's sound is a real estate appraiser and a inspector, because those positions are literally being pretty much going obsolete because the people who are doing them are older. And you don't see a lot of us in representation. So we definitely need this. And again, this goes back definitely to the Black Majority State Initiative and having something of our own where we can multiply this across the country in little small enclaves of people who need an appraiser. They can tap into you even if you don't live in that state. So I was made aware of that. There's so many different jewels to be dropped in the group. And I'm so excited. Like, this is like, my heart is like screaming, but I'm trying to hold my composure because I want to keep focused on the mission. The mission is always the most important, but I can't tell you how much I'm just so thankful for you hosting a space for me and us for our community, because we need things like this. A lot of times, people want to say, oh, it costs, this amount of money to come have a conversation or come to my 1%. No, honestly, no. I think we owe it to ourselves. I'm definitely putting money into my own pot as we develop this as well. But I'm definitely going to apply the pressure to the community to say, listen, we have to be what we want to see, and it's up to us on, what that looks like. So I'm just truly thankful for you and for Black American Homeland and for everybody in the room. And shout out to the people who definitely will be actually joining Domino. Again, that's just my behind the scenes organization that is being constructed, and I look forward to speaking to you all about that as well.
So I have questions. As far as the course, is this a course to become an appraiser?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a licensed course. It is online. It's by I put it in the actually I'm putting all the links together in an email so I can send them out. So if anybody wants the list, I can send it out. But I kind of wanted to get everyone in a group that's interested, so that way we can actually start to try to make moves together. But I'll definitely give all the information in the email. So if you drop your email in my DM, I'll send it to you.
Definitely. Okay, so so in Alabama, because I looked it up, it says that we had to have a bachelor's degree to become an appraiser. Does that not apply?
So it will be based on your state. Now, I know in Virginia you do not have to have a degree. So I was told that it's based on your state requirements. There is a Maryland, Virginia, and national training for this course. So what I can do is I'll call him, and also I would say that are you looking on your Department of Regulations website?
No, ma'am.
So I would actually look at the Department of. Let me see. Actually, I can look it up right now. For Alabama, what the requirements are for Alabama, but it would be listed on your Department of Regulations website.
I'm looking as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna hit you guys with this statistic. And I've seen three different dates. So I'm gonna give you all three different dates. The black white home ownership gap is wider now than in 1960 when housing discrimination was legal. 1960. I've also seen 1950 quoted, but this is one that really is shocking. It says, and this is a fair housing group. And shout out to Warwick Dunn, because Warwick Dunn is one of the few black celebrities. He was a former athlete who does provide home ownership and home opportunities to single black women. I believe that's because he was raised in a single parent home, but he pays it forward. He's giving back to the community. He's somebody that everybody should be following. To be honest, follow that brother because he really does put in work for the black community. But at any rate, it says that they noted, and this was how they opened up this session. Today's 30 percentage point disparity in black white home ownership rate is as wide as it was in 1890. 1890. And that specific time period has resonance with us. So for them to really connect what is going on today, 130 years later, to 1890, is devastating. It's absolutely devastating, that we have this home ownership disparity in this country.
What is that Byron guy doing nowadays? Last time I heard Byron was probably like a year and a half ago.
Is it you talking about Byron Allen?
Yes, yeah, he's an investor, black investor. And then there was something else they talked about. I think Fauci brought this up. He was going around scamming people with he opened up an investment group or something. They were supposed to get homes and stuff like that, but they never got it or something. There was a lot going on during 2021.
I am not aware of that. Yeah, so no, I'm not aware of who that is. And shout out to Bear Arms. Salute to the Black veterans. We saluted Black veterans, but I want to send a personal salute to Bear Arms and his service. In the real estate business, you have to be very, very, very careful, because a lot of people put a lot of hopes and dreams into purchasing a home, and it's an emotional purchase. And so oftentimes people get seduced into making a really bad decision. So you gotta be able to walk away, take a few days if anybody's pressuring you or anything like that, etc. I got buyers, this, that, you know how sales tactics are. You have to be willing to walk away from anything. And if you don't get that house, okay, it wasn't meant to be. That's the way I look at it. Because in my universe, God allows the things that He wants to happen into my life, and things that He does not, or she does not, or the universe does not want to happen in my life, it just doesn't happen. So I really would hope that everyone could take whatever you believe in, whatever God, religion, doesn't matter. If you're an atheist, and you just think it's luck, um, just kind of allow yourself time to absorb a home purchase, because scammers will use that emotion against you and get you in a really, really bad position. See if I can bring.
Yeah, I also remember that was promoting that just recently he was promoting that the Nation of Islam and people within that organization, they were going to buy like 160 acres. It was a huge piece of property. And, Hereafter Farms and stuff, that was another investment group that they, said we're going to buy acres and acres and acres. I asked them about it. I said, well, how much would I have to invest? They said, everyone at the beginning, they were investing about $5,000-$6,000 into the projects. Everyone would get a lot. They would all live on the land. But the thing I didn't like about it, that Rizza and all these people were saying, was that you cannot own guns on the property. I didn't like that.
Interesting.
I was like, okay, so someone just runs up here, even though we bought the whole place, and there's only one way in, one way out. Who's going to stop anyone from doing anything to anybody? And then, they were kind of like, well, only certain people would have guns. It's like, wait a minute, what do you mean certain people would have guns? Like, only people that they said could have guns can have guns. Like, nobody else in the village can have guns. Just certain people. I was like, I don't know about that.
Let me see if my mic will work. My mic will let me talk in there. Nope, of course not.
Okay, I found some information for Alabama. Oh, there's Bear Arms. Hold on. I don't know if Dr. Lovely is gonna come back up, but I'll put this in the list so she'll have it.
I've been trying.
Did my phone cut out? Can anyone hear what I'm saying?
Nope, I can hear you. Yep.
Oh, okay. So you heard
Yes, I don't know anything about it, so I didn't want to, I don't know. I didn't have it like a response. I don't know exactly.
Oh yeah, that was back on Instagram.
Yeah, so the response that I have is I support Black Americans coming together to buy large tracts of land. In as much as I just want them to do it in states that can become Black majority states, so that there is a political purpose to it as well. In terms of how they govern, it's likely that that's a Democratic decision. So in other words, if they set up rules like a HOA would set up rules, you can't paint your house blue or whatever the case may be. It's a similar type of situation. So it's like it's a democratic situation where you have the choice to live there or not based on the rules that they have established. And so if you don't like,
I just want to make a quick correction. It wasn't Rizza that said that. What's it called? It was Brother Ben X. That's who it was that was doing that that whole thing. I just want to make that correction.
Okay, yeah, brother Ben X. I saw those videos, and so I salute the brother. I think they are doing something that is positive, but at the same time, if they create rules, it's kind of like you have to follow their rules, or you have to develop your own plot of land and get your own investors and essentially do your own thing. So if they don't want guns on the property, they don't want guns on the property. Because I deliver and I've been a truck driver for a very long time. There was an incident recently where a black FedEx driver, I think he was in like a rider truck or something. He went into a private community, gated community, and the homeowner was racist and was confronting him, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I've been in that situation. I was in North Carolina back in 1999 delivering furniture, and I went into a gated community, and same basic scenario. Racist homeowners, they're flagging you down, they're questioning, what are you doing, why are you here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they called their local security guard. So it got heated, it was getting elevated. The police ended up showing up, and all I'm doing is trying to deliver furniture. You know what I'm saying? So the police ended up showing up, and the police officer told me, on that property, that private security has more jurisdiction over what goes on there than they have as a police officer. So I say all that to say this: whenever it comes to private land and these gated communities, because that's essentially what it seems like they're creating, they have a lot of authority, but their authority doesn't rise above, the local county sheriff, if you will, or whatever local jurisdiction that they're under. If there's an emergency or something like that, the police will intervene. So, but again, I salute them. I think they bought in a state that can be a black majority state, so I appreciate them for that. Even because again, a black majority state, wherever it's at, it's going to have 1,000 different black groups. There's going to be 1,000 different factions. We might as well accept that and appreciate it and love it for the diversity, because within Black America, there's a lot of diversity of thought and opinion, and we might as well get used to it.
I have one other question. Do you believe that majority of black people in America, as black Americans, do you think that, we believe that we should have guns, or if you got rid of all the guns, that would solve all the problems?
I think that yeah, to me there's a little echo feedback. So I think that we should actually have an education, a better understanding of guns. I think people who have companies like, Bear Arms and the like, should be, put together to actually host like annual seminars, so that way we can actually now start to have a better relationship on, with the gun community. I think we should have guns because our ancestors actually have guns. And the problem was they had guns, but they did not always have, I think, legislation to protect them. So we have to do both at the same time.
Yeah, it's Twitter's glitching. I was trying to mute that mic. I agree, and so I hashtag 14A over 2A, because once discovering that for Black America, the right to bear arms was embedded in the 14th Amendment, for us, that I'm all about 14A over 2A and our right to bear arms 100%. I've carried guns when I couldn't legally carry them, and then when I was able to legally carry them concealed, I carried them as well. I keep a gun in my home and in my business. Any property that I own, I keep a firearm, because you just never know when you have to defend yourself and your property and your family, etc. So yeah, absolutely. I think that this theory that the guns are the problem is really Democrat propaganda and training, education. Madge Ture was in that big space. Salute to him, because he's a big gun advocate. And I might not agree with him on all of his politics. I'm sure we agree on some things, but at least shout out to him for highlighting the need for black guns to matter, because it is very, very important.
Yeah, since the pandemic, hey, good. How you doing, everybody? I'm just chiming in, Sister Rella. Love you, sister. You know what I'm saying? Sorry I'm late. I was actually, yeah, absolutely. I was actually out with the family eating dinner. I had my daughter out pushing the stroller around downtown. So I couldn't make it to your space. I found out about it late. I was trying to check your page, Black.
No, because they keep fucking with me, bro.
Endeavor for Sister Rella today at 8:30. So I'm late. I'm actually watching the Israel Adesanya fight. I'm a big fight fan. So anyway, I love this. This is a very productive space. I had a couple of things. Wanted to chime in real quick. Since the pandemic, there have been 5 million new black gun owners, which is one of the reasons why I started to get into do what I do. I personally, again, Ida B. Wells said that Winchester 22 in particular, which was the AR-15 of its time, it's a lever action rifle, should be at a place of prominence in every black household. It should be held in my very high regard. This is what Ida B. Wells said. But Frederick Douglass said that a man's rights rest in 3 boxes: the voter, what do you say, the ballot box, the I can't think of the third box, and the cartridge box was the last one. So guns have always been a big part of our liberation, and guns have been a big part of from the Panthers to with Ida B. Wells to a lot of those black men that escaped from being lynched. At the turn of the 20th century is because they had firearms. If you can go back and talk to the ancestors on the plantation and say, hey, I can have a firearm in 2022. You think I should have one? They probably they look at you like you were crazy and say, absolutely, you should get one. But you should definitely have a firearm. Your safety is your responsibility and no one else's. That is a big misconception that a lot of people have. It kind of ties hand in hand with this real estate thing because firearms tie into castle doctrine and protecting your personal property, protecting your home, protecting your land, which would also in turn tie in with this reparations, because when you get land, you have to have a firearm to protect your land. I always say you should have a gun for 3 reasons. Number one, to be able to hunt. Just to be able to. Number one, to protect yourself and your family. That should be number one. Yeah, castle doctrine stuff, home defense. I teach a course on that. You should have a gun to protect you and your family. Number 2, to be able to hunt. And to be able to, just for recreation, to be able to hunt, you should have a firearm for that. And then number 3 should be for tyranny. That's where your AR-15 comes in, your AK-47s, your different Armalite rifles, your different, your different semi-automatic rifles. You should have a gun for all 3 of these reasons. When black men got the right to vote, black women stood outside of voter booths with firearms to protect us with rifles, Winchester 22s, shotguns. So we have to understand our relationship with guns. I did want to hear, and Sister Rella, you got to get with me. You've been ducking and dodging me on the CCW course. I've been really busy. I have a 4-month-old, so I've been really busy with her. But she's been ducking me. Let's make this thing happen. She actually lives here in Virginia with me, so we can go over to sharpshooters and make this happen. And we could, 4-hour course to give me a classroom time, and then we'll do live fire training, live fire range time, and you'll be a better shot than somebody that goes to the range regularly and shoots and don't know what the hell they're doing, because we do pinpoint accuracy and pinpoint marksmanship with the Bear Arms Academy. And the motto of the Bear Arms Academy is you don't rise to the occasion, you rise to the level of your training in the event of an incident. That's why you need to be trained. You don't rise to the occasion. A lot of people think they're just going to rise to the occasion. what's going to happen is you're going to rise to the level of your training. So if you don't have good training, that's what's going to happen. Anyway, I'm actually, I love this real estate space. Like, these are what we need to have more of. In terms of group economics, hard money lending, you know what I mean? Putting money together for hard money loans, things of that nature. I would love to hear more about it a little bit. You know, I'm watching the fight right now, but I can chime back in the listener. If anybody got any questions for me, feel free to ask. But I'm going to listen while watching the fight. I just put my daughter to sleep because, you know, me and my wife and I, we would love to start investing in, you know, in some different real estate ventures. And we actually have 3 properties right now. So, you know, it's actually a really good seller's market. You mentioned, Black mentioned sellers of buying homes earlier. It's kind of crazy right now. The interest rate for the VA home loan is at 8%. Ooh. So it's actually insane right now. Wow. You know, I came in at 2%. Wow. When I bought, I'd use my VA home loans to buy. That's another big misconception, that you can't use it for owning one time. You can use it multiple times to buy investment properties and things of that nature. Wow. I also talk about the veterans getting benefits. If anybody has questions about how to get their 100%, feel free to contact me. That's passive income that you could use. You get 100%. You can pass that on to you. That could be a form of life insurance, because that goes to your wife or your kids after you pass. You can put that in your will for your disability. You only can do that on 100%. We got to understand what we're doing here. I see some people liking my recent tweet about Black Panther. Yeah, I had a typo when I spelled new wrong. I meant to put the K in there. My fault. I promise I'm educated. I know how to read and write. I was rushing when I did it. But yeah, that's just a few things, family. Sister Rella, I love your venture. I would just love to hear a little bit more about it. And, you know, I don't want to derail the conversation.
You know, I can truly say any and everybody outside of this space knows me, I think, closely as you do. You know, being on Marcel's campaign and behind the scenes and being on the road. If I had to choose anybody to train me, trust me, it would be definitely you. And I most certainly will get my whole self together so that I can get on your schedule to get myself in the seedlings, definitely under your training and actually learning about guns. Gun safety is so important to me, and you already know how I feel about that. I always say that, you know, I have to be careful because, you know, a quiet fizzle sometimes will actually pop a cap in somebody. So the other thing is just having a good person to really, really, you know, take covering of what's happening with someone, their mental health state. And I think Bear Arms, you do that so well. You talk about it very well when you were with the team. And I kind of wish Samantha was here to talk to you too, but I will say this, you are a great resource. I hope and pray that as we go on this journey that you do become, you know, one of the biggest gun training companies that we definitely we build up, especially here in the state of Virginia, because, you know, we need it. The other thing is just a quick recap. So I am building I am starting off with a small group of appraisers and home inspectors to actually go ahead and be kind of like the hub, so that way we can actually be the go-to group to actually help with the Black majority state move. I am trying to get my appraisals license. As I get my appraisals license, I actually will invest in 2 more people to come on. If we're able to actually reach 3,800, we can actually put 2 people through the training and then actually bring on 4 people from the training. So from the investment money, that money will actually build up to actually put people through the training to get licensed. This piece of the business is really going to be based on getting people into the avenue of becoming the commodity. So appraisers, inspectors, and using that to flood the real estate market to help also solve another issue, which is economics for getting into real estate. You don't also always have to be a real estate agent to become an appraiser. You don't have to be a real estate agent to be an inspector. These two positions in the real estate game are pretty much almost dying out because the people are a little older now, and it's hard to find appraisers as well as sometimes inspectors. We are underrepresented. As you know, there's been countless cases of homes that are owned by Black American freedmen who are underappraised in different cases that you've seen, as well as even with inspectors. There is racial issues that have been happening even with inspectors. So I will say that I'm excited about just standing in a gap to fully put this out there. Black is pushing me because I didn't even know about this space. We talked about it, but when Black gets ready to do something, he does it, and like he'll put your feet and hold you to the fire. So don't tell him what you want to do, because if you tell him what you want to do, you're gonna be doing it tomorrow.
So, accountability, I love it. That's what's up.
Yes,
that's a big deal right there.
Yes, it is. So I was very appreciative to even him hosting the space this Saturday or today, and like I said, I'm excited, and it's something we need. The information, just developing a group of people coming together to build our own full out, economic franchise, I think would be amazing. I mean, I only see us kind of building and growing from there. So just pulling the right people together and what that looks like, I think time will tell. I have an idea, but, things change based on, what the need is. So I'm just here for the fight. That's pretty much it.
Can I just jump in and say this real quick? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I apologize.
You got my little niece that I ain't seen yet, but she's so cute. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna send you a picture right now. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna send you a pic. But yeah. So one of the things I recommend, I see some young people here. I recommend one of the things that I should have done even earlier than what I did it was I recommend buying that home. You can turn it into an investment property. You you're going to gain equity. You can sell it. You see some of these like huge, gorgeous homes. And you're like, oh my God, like how the hell do people even get those? That's how I used to think when I was a kid. But you can really leverage your credit to build capital. That's like something that you can really do. It's very feasible. So take care of your credit and, go ahead and grab you up a little condo or something like that. Grab up something and, get your equity, and you can turn it into investment property because it's all about passive income. You know what I mean? So I talked about, the benefits for veterans earlier. Listen, I'm getting old. Shit is happening. Y'all have no idea. I just got an MRI on my shoulder the other day. I'm wear and tear from playing ball, boxing, doing all of that. I'm getting old. I'm trying to do it to not anything that I could do to get passive income. I'm taking it. I don't have to work. So that could be a form of your passive income. And ultimately, you're going to get old one day. You're going to get older. Get around people that are older, that are retiring, that are, that are kind of have their life set up, soak up as much game as possible. Dump all the shit out your knowledge glass if you think you know it all, because you don't. We all was your age at one point in time, and we thought we did. You're going to have to retire one day. You know what I mean? And you don't want to be old and broke.
Amen to that.
Is 38 old? Just wondering in the room. I'm 38.
I'm 30.
No, I think we're all the same age range, except for one who always keep trying to tout that he an old man, but he not. And so I think 38 is actually I think that's the good years. Like I had my epiphany at 27, and now that I'm 38, I feel like there's a particular thing that I want to make sure I accomplish within the next 10 years. So by 48, definitely have a set of goals accomplished with, streams of income coming in. And one of those big things was actually to see, other families that I literally was able to say, hey, I was a part of that. And I did my service to give myself to not just my own family, but my community that we building together. So that to me is what I live for.
I would also say get you an LLC. Get you an LLC, itemize your life, utilize apps like QuickBooks. Take receipts of everything that you're doing.
Everything.
I see people getting these blue checks on this app. Listen, if I get that goddamn blue check, it's gonna be a tax write-off.
I was just thinking that earlier. I said people about to pay $8.16. No, what did he say for the people who classify themselves as trans? Gonna be paying $24. I don't know if that's true. They paying double the amount, or was it 16? I can't remember. But anyway, I'm saying that.
He said people classify as them or they in their phone.
Them or they. Oh, because there's more than one person. Listen, child, Elon Musk is the grandmaster troller on this app. And I'm going to just say that at the end of the day, you pay $8 to Twitter. Because somebody asked me if I was going to get my other account actually verified. I said, for what? That money can go to business. Like, I don't need to pay him $8 for me to tell y'all the same thing I'm gonna tell you for free. So at the end of the day, no. And I'm like, if you want to use that money, we need to be using our money where it counts. I think that's the mindset we really have to have. So if you can help not being on Twitter, guess what? We got social, we got fan base, and I think there's another person I think that hit me up who wanted me to test out their website. They haven't sent it to me. Well, I won't be able to get it because it will be on the other page. But we have to build our own. We gotta build our own because eventually they're gonna put us off here for being too revolutionary, and I refuse to not be a revolutionary. So I'm just saying, I'm just put it out there.
Yeah, I listen. I write off everything. I just had my wife and my daughter. We all went out to eat. You know what I'm saying? I wrote that shit off. Listen, you have a conversation. You say one thing about your business. Guess what? That shit's a business dinner. It's a business dinner, and I'm going to see a return for every single thing that I do. Just kind of like maximizing and itemizing your life, and having proof of it, and just kind of keep it that way. All of your hobbies, you can you can benefit and make money off of those. So these are some different things that we're going to have.
Gas receipts too to get to that restaurant.
Absolutely, gas receipts, car expenses. Something else that I'm about to start a Turo fleet here pretty soon. So all of that stuff, man. Anything that I can make money off of, I'm not trying to, exploit or anything like that of anybody specifically, but like it's just in terms of my life and the way that I live it. That's how young folks need to set themselves up. I wish I would have been doing these things earlier.
Like pens, paper, pencils, all that can be itemized. Your vehicle can be itemized. Your gas can be itemized. Your computer, whatever it is that you use to use business, even your cell phone can be itemized. Your cell phone bill can be itemized too. Do you pay a cell phone bill? How much do you pay that in taxes? Almost they have it to a point right now where you can almost itemize everything that you own, that you purchase, that you pay taxes on. Like that can all be deducted.
No doubt, no question.
People look at people like 45 Savage, or if y'all know him as Trump, I call him 45 Savage. People looking at him like, why did he only pay this much money in? Like, nah, like people instead of getting mad, like get some game. That motherfucker, he got over. Like, hey, listen, get some game from it. You know what I'm saying? This dude, listen, he operates as an LLC or as an S corp, and but he doesn't put his name on anything. You know what I mean? Like, so, for example, like,
except for them hotels.
Except for them hotels. Exactly. But but you can do, you can actually like lease a car.
Yep.
For example, get something brand new, like a 2023. You can lease that vehicle, and you can in the money that you put down on that vehicle, you can basically write. If it's a lease specifically for your business or whatever, you could write off half of that down payment. So that's huge, like little stuff like that.
Or that's why you see everybody running around in them Mercedes-Benz SUVs, them $90,000 ones. Yeah, them is big write-offs.
Yeah, because it's based on the weight. It's based on the weight, I believe. They talk about that. I feel like the internet, TikTok, and everything else is like, it's like pulling all the information out in one place and then putting it together. So that's pretty much what we have to do. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, Bear Arms, is that we were talking about how people actually put their children out early. We did, and we talked about, single Black women, also, fathers who are dealing with homelessness or poverty, and just addressing those things. Did I get everything, Black? I feel like we talked about so much. I'm thinking, am I missing something?
Man.
What I miss? We talked about the guy that was in that, the forbearance, and we talked about appraisals versus assessments.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who was, and it was in Texas, by the way. I do have the YouTube. I wish DJ was up here, but I'm not gonna act like I don't see him in the room. Shout out to DJ and everyone, all the beautiful sunflowers in the room. I see you all, Miss Coops, Schism, daughter, Fly McFly, Facts Out, Rob T, and of course the uncomfortable Miss Trouble, State Power. And I don't know who the Frantern Order of Freedmen is, but shout out to everybody. This has been a great, great space. I hope I didn't miss anything or anyone, because don't charge it to my heart. I think that's how it goes. Yeah, don't charge it to my heart. Charge it to my head.
I really like that. I really like that appraisal. I really like the appraisal situation. I actually I'm going to get an appraiser for my house here pretty soon. And that's one of the things that I fear is, getting gypped on my appraisal. Also, something else is an inspector. We need more Black inspectors. When you buy a house, one of the first things that you're going to do is you're going to have to get an inspector for that home and do a walkthrough and figure out what's, every little thing, like things that are wrong with the house, things that, what's new, all of that, so having a thorough Black inspector, because I'm going to keep it a buck. I had a white inspector when I bought my house, and this dude, he was actually recommended to me by, the agent, and he missed a few things. And some of the shit that he was going over, I'm like, man, I know. I wish I'd have had somebody a little bit more thorough going through this. You know what I mean? And the thing is, when you're providing a service, just be thorough. Be thorough. Don't just be Black. You know what I'm saying? Be thorough with, with the way you do business. That's the way, I've been telling Sister Rella, look, when you do my class, I'm not trying to, you do my CCW class, it's very thorough. I'm not shortchanging you. And there's some bullshit ass white companies out here that people go through. Trust me, you get out here and start dealing with my firearms. Let me post some testimonials up here, as a matter of fact. But anyway, so Black, having a dope Black inspector would be dope as well, because the inspection costs about, and it varies, but it costs, I think this one was $300. I think I paid $300 for it, maybe $350. You know what I mean? So you could be doing on a weekend, shit, you could crank out 5 or 6, you know what I mean? Walkthroughs, you know what I mean? You crank, go ahead.
The biggest thing is when I called and was actually doing my research to actually get into the program, that they are so shorthanded that if they need an appraisal in another state, and my license actually matches the requirements in another state, I can actually be called to go to another state to do work. So I think that it opens up doors of opportunities, I think, that we don't know. And so, like I said, I can't wait to uncover to see what that is for us. And the only thing stopping us is getting the things done that we need. The first bridge. So it's gonna be really, really bomb for real.
That needs assessment is important. Things that find a service that people utilize regularly specialize in that service. This ties into the reparations thing. You know what I'm saying? In order to keep the money circulating amongst each other, I'd rather have a black real estate agent, a black inspector. You know what I mean? So a freedman, a black firearms instructor. I'm going to go
just anyone that you could work with, like they could work with you, and you could brainstorm with them on ideas of how you can get that property to pass through the sales with the proper price and stuff. Getting with it. That's what my father did and stuff. He got with the black real estate agent. She's really good at selling houses, and they came up with all types of ways to sell a house. And some of it I've seen it. I was like, I don't understand why you got to do things a certain way to sell a house, but then you got to do whatever it takes and to sell that house. Because you go the wrong direction, you're going to be undersold, you're going to be underappraised, and all that other stuff. You're not going to get what you want. You're going to be unhappy. And it's sad that some of our people, they go through this, that, they're underappraised and they undersell their property. I'm the type person, if you want to buy my house, right? Like, you got to pay like almost $1 million to get me out of it, because I don't want to sell it. You got to pay me a high price. I don't care what the real estate market says that everything is. I don't care what that Asian person said. I don't care what that white person said that the house is worth. This is what you're going to sell it for. And if you can't do that, then pretty much get out of my face.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
yes, sir.
I did have a question for it kind of has something to do with real estate and guns, because I want to talk about guns since we have Brother Bear Arms in here. Much respect. Have you ever been to the Winchester Mystery House?
No, I have not. I have not been there, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so this place, it's a weird ass house. It got a whole bunch. These people were so paranoid about what they were doing. Right? They were building guns, and unfortunately, they had a lot of mishaps in their family. A lot of people were getting killed. A lot of accidents happening. They believed that spirits were coming after them because, they built guns that killed people, and whoever was killed by their guns came back and haunted them in their house. And so they built the house in a strange way, like an esoteric way, that, they had floors that had windows in it. So when they're walking across the kitchen, they can see the cooks, like cooking the food and stuff and making sure that they wasn't poisoned. They would leave food all over the place and different. It's a large mansion. It's a big ass piece of real estate, and they had slaves too that built those guns back in the day. In California.
Interesting.
So there's a lot with that history and those people, man. When you go through that history, it is these people that made guns. Oh my goodness, they is on something else.
Yeah, manufacturing is definitely another space that I would love for our folks to get into. You know, Glock and Beretta and Springfield. These are people's last names. You know what I mean? Remington, like all of these things. You know, a lot of my favorite gun is the 1911. You know, like you look at like John Browning, his family's still getting money off of those 1911 models. You know, so like these are people's last names. You know, the Glock family is a rich white family out of Austria. I hate to say it, I love Glock too. I actually love Glocks. But you know, it's just you know, I think that like that's another again, like you know, just us cornering the market, figuring out like I love these conversations. I absolutely love these conversations. Real estate and firearms go hand in hand, especially depending on the state that you're living in. I know some of y'all live in like if you live in like Illinois or New York or something like that, it might be a little different for you. There are requirements. There are like specific requirements that you can. There's ways around everything, but you know you have to abide by these laws and stuff like that. That's I personally couldn't live in a state that's not 2A friendly. I mean, I get it. Like a lot of people, you know, are born in these states and stuff like that, but I couldn't live in a state that's not 2A friendly. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to move to Maryland.
Not just 2A friendly, but I actually wanted to move to Maryland. But what actually I found out with life insurance, Maryland has death tax. Virginia does not. That's another conversation, I guess, for another day. Life insurance.
Wait. You said a death tax, so you get taxed because you died?
Yes.
Oh, that's I'm not even gonna cuss. That's some BS.
But I'm wondering though if it was.
Why would someone even? What type of person do you have to be to even think of something like that?
I guess if you have no family, that's tax invasion, right? I don't know.
Hey, that's another reason why you have to get life insurance. Say you have a loved one that passes away. Like for me, I'm the head of household of my family. My family is, but not even. I'm talking about for my extended family as well, like my mother, father. I'm like the one that's going to be responsible for everything. But if you have a parent, for example, that doesn't have life insurance, what's going to happen is you're going to show up or whatever to the hospital or whatever, and then you're going to get a bill. You're going to get the bill for burial and for all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you can actually get, if for those of you who have parents who never set their life insurance up, such as myself, it's very unfortunate because they're supposed to take care of us. But, a lot of times we're as backwards in our community where we expect our kids to take care of us or whatever. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why we need our reparations. But if you're in a situation like that, you can actually get life insurance on your parents. You can't get that life insurance on them, So I know it's a lot easier when they hit 60. And, hopefully, your parent, your mom and dad doesn't have pre-existing conditions and stuff like that. That makes it a little bit more tough. But, you can figure out a way to get life insurance on them. And then if you have something to pass down to their grandkids and all that stuff, and just for a proper burial, you want to give your mom and dad or whatever, you want to give them, especially if you had a good relationship and all that, you want to give them a proper burial.
Are people still burying people on their properties and stuff? Is that even legal? So say if I had a piece of real estate and I wanted to bury my parents in the backyard and all the other stuff they used to do back in the day, is that even legal?
If you own the land. If you own the land, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I was about to say. So you're not going to live in a subdivision and be able to do that. Subdivision going to say, hell no, what happened if the storm come through? You know what I mean? They could just be some bullshit. But if you own the land, another thing with owning the land, see, Lil Boosie tried to put y'all on the game. Lil Boosie, for example, he went to prison, right? That first time that he got locked up, he said that he built a house on this. He built like this mansion on his land, and when they caught that case, they took the house, right? Now he's like, hey, I bought the land and then built the house on the land. Not only was that cheaper, he saved tens of millions of dollars. But if he was to catch a fed case, whatever, he catches maybe not a fed case, but if he catches a case or something like that, or some bullshit, then they can't take that land from him. He still owns that land. You see what I'm saying? So we got to think about that. Buy the land and then build the house on the land. That should be the goals for everybody.
I thought, if I'm not, somebody please correct me. I might be ignorant. I know I'm ignorant in this.
No, you're not. You're not ignorant. It just might be something you don't know. But go ahead, say it.
I thought if you buy the house, that come with the. Is that not true?
No. So, no. No, you buy the house, and if it's not in the contract, that's another reason why real estate lawyers, attorneys are important. Also, in the process, if you buy the house, if it does not say the land is included in the contract, when you're actually getting the, I think when you actually have the home appraised or whichever home you're going for, if you don't say, hey, I want you to appraise the land. Inspect the land with the house, or if it's not, I think if it's owned by government, let me pull it up real fast because I found this somewhere, but no, you have to
can't own land. Only banks can own land.
Oh, banks. Okay, that's what it was. But I thought, let me look it up real fast because I let me just look it up.
Go I tell you.
And when you have like an appraiser come through or an assessor, like somebody that can come by and like check a lot of times, like even like the space.
Hold on, big Ron. Black American, you gotta can you mute because there's some feedback. There you go. Go ahead, girl.
My fault. I'm watching this Adesanya fight. This is looking pretty good. But anyway, so I'm a big fight fan. Y'all know, look, pay-per-view, my crib, all day. Anyway, that boxing and UFC. But anyway, so like a lot of times, I know it can vary depending on where you are, but the subdivision, they can own that land. They I know like it depends, but I know that they can own that land. Like, you're paying those homeowner association dues and stuff like that. Like if you live in a subdivision or something, or then they're the ones who basically own that land a lot of times, or Ryan Homes, or something like that. Like they could be some of the ones that own that land. But if you buy some land, and Samantha actually she'd be a good person for this space because I know she owns a lot of land.
She definitely.
Go ahead, Rella.
Oh, I was just agreeing with I'm sorry, Black American. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that there's two master owners of land in the United States. That's the federal government and the state government. The federal government owns about maybe 25% of the country's land, and the states, they own, most of, especially in the South and the Northeast, they own most of the land within the state. The state. This is why when you don't pay your property taxes, the government can take your land, and they have eminent domain powers, over your property and land because they are the master owner of the land. They can take your land anytime they want to.
Eminent domain.
So how do you fight against eminent domain?
Say that again. I was just about to say that. Say that again.
Yeah, how would you fight against eminent domain? How would you even fight against that?
You can't.
Okay, so I'm gonna look that up, but I'm gonna say this. There is so what I found from Remax, I think it's RemaxBCS.com says typically when you purchase a home, you do own whatever lies in and around the property, right? In and around means I'm assuming in the home and around the home. However, in some parts of the country, homeowners are realizing that land they paid for does not include the land beneath the home and around the home underneath, which is crazy. It another party, home builders and home sellers may own it says mineral rights, so that's another thing to look at. So I'm gonna put this all in a document so people can look at this later. But it's really, this stuff is really, like, you really, I guess, got to be really tedious and detailed. Meticulous and detailed when buying a home and talking about land, because it seems like there are trick bags. There's always a trick bag.
Yeah, you got to take into account air rights now. Now they taking the space above and stuff and all of that.
Oh Lord, okay.
Yeah, let me make an announcement real quick, if you guys can hear me. Because Miss Coops put something in the chat, and I do need to say this on the recorded space. My bio says all opinions are allegedly as a disclaimer, and I did that for a reason, and so I want to say.
Everybody there?
I'm still here.
I just don't ask. I mean, was it me?
No, can no one hear me?
One more time, Black.
Can no one hear me, or just a few? Because I'm in and out of the matrix here.
Gray.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I think we lost him.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, Twitter glitching. Okay, so I have a disclaimer on my bio that says opinions are allegedly, and I want to read an announcement since we are on a recorded space, so that we have this documented. That if this thing will let me, because it's not letting me get to it, so I can actually read it. Oh damn. Twitter sucks. Okay, here we go. Allegedly, this info is only being shared about individual experiences. No one is giving tax write-off advice. We're not giving tax advice. We're not giving any type of legal advice. What we're saying is consult an attorney. Consult an attorney. And we are only giving our opinions. And so I just want to put that in there because that's important. But again, in my bio, it says opinions are allegedly for a reason. Okay.
Yes, and if you need access to a 24-hour attorney, I am a Legal Shield representative as well. If you are looking to have a law firm represent you in any type of way, it's $24 a month. You should have it, even if you're driving down the street and you get stopped by the police. It's good to have. You turn the app on. The attorney will talk to the police on your behalf. All right, I've done my commercial. Thank you.
I need to hit you up on that Legal Shield. Hey, listen, people don't realize, listen, let me tell y'all something. You're 3 times more likely to go to court than you are to go to the hospital. So I guarantee you, like, especially for y'all, if you're young and healthy, I guarantee you'll be sitting up in that wooden ass room long for a traffic ticket, something, long before you'll be sitting up in that hospital for, or something. I almost 8 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10. You're more likely to go. That's 100% a fact. Think about the last time you actually had to go get rushed to the hospital for something. Think about the last time you was in court for something in a capitalistic society where everybody's trying to get money up out your ass, and you never know, especially with this social media shit, because with this Twitter shit, people be trying to dox and all that shit. Listen, they're trying to assassinate your character. Try to assassinate the Bear Arms Academy. Said your ass will receive a cease and desist. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, because you're messing with my business. So y'all make sure y'all do the same. You know what I mean? Get you some legal representation. That's actually a great service to have, Rella. That's dope.
Yeah, that needs to go in the service announcement. Every time we have a space service announcement, get you an attorney.
Yeah. Hey, Bear, let me give you a scenario, right? Okay, let's say you live in a supermajority black state. The state is between 70% to 80% black, right? And in that state, right? Black American, they control the state and local courts. Most of the judges are black. The prosecutors are black. The jurors are black. Who else is black? The guards, the sheriffs, the guy that do security in the court, they're black as well. Tell me, will you have more confidence in a supermajority black state where black people control the courts, or a supermajority white state where the whites still control the court system?
That's actually a really good question, and that damn near sounds like PG County, Maryland.
Right. The thing is, we control the whole state. That's the only difference.
Right. You know, I honestly think I probably would. You know, especially if everybody was on coal. I think it really comes down to economics. You know what I'm saying? What's the economic scenario with this state? Because
the economics of the state should be the average economy of any state. If you look at the 50 states, they're not too far apart. You know, when it comes to the HDI score.
Yeah, I got you. I would feel good about that. I feel perfectly good about that. I mean, you know, I think that, like, you know, listen, for the longest I was kind of challenging our brother Marcel's point of view on the remigrating to the South, but I'm in support of it at this point. Good. Seeing the way that the country is going, especially with these illegal immigrants coming in as a new voter base, and we're spread a little thin in some of these places. Like, you know, if you're a black person in, you know, Wyoming, like, I get it. Like, you was born and raised there, but you need to bring your ass down south. You know what I mean? And it's comfortable for me to say because I'm here in Virginia, and I wouldn't have.
I was going to say, the only difference with us here in the Virginia area is that we need to actually develop our own little enclave. The biggest thing is that Virginia is on the list. I do fight heavily for Virginia to be on the list. It is a little harder, though, as far as populace counting, because we are so spread out, and the state is, you know, for us, I think population-wise it's a little big, but I think if we get to a point where we can carve out an enclave from Delaware through Virginia down pretty much the eastern corridor, and then back around maybe, I don't know, Texas is probably a done deal. Honestly, I don't, unless they're going to just throw people in buses and round them up and send them somewhere else. That's going to be hard.
We ain't giving Texas up. We keep Texas. Hell yeah, we want Texas.
We want Texas, but I mean, but I'm saying, as far as
Texas got that port too. We want Texas.
Texas,
but I'm saying, as far as population wise, I think the concentration of black people are in San Antonio, and then Houston, possibly, but to say that we need Texas, that would mean we would have to really like go to war with half the state. You know what I'm saying? And then how many people would actually move back to Texas? So that's another thing to think about. I think black majority and black American have a list. They have a list of states, and with the population, I think with the breakdown, I should say, not the population, just the breakdown. Do you guys want to go ahead and go through that?
I named 10 to 12 states that has the possibility of becoming a supermajority black state. And the states are Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And I have to throw in Florida because everybody is always like, hey, you know, how about Florida? Don't forget Florida. Now, Florida is going to be the most difficult state in the South to take supermajority, but because it's such a such a popular state, I'm gonna go ahead and put it, in there as called the Black American homeland. But it's going to be very challenging in Florida. But Delaware, Maryland should be relatively easy states to take supermajority. Mississippi, Louisiana. Louisiana is already 33, 34% black. South Carolina is like 28, 29, 30% black. But yeah, those should be the easier states. But yeah, we just need people from the Northeast and the Midwest and the West Coast to reverse migrate to the South, and we can take supermajority of the South.
Damn, so why don't you have Virginia on that list? We got to figure this out.
Okay, I was born and raised in Virginia. I'm from Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Virginia, and look, I try hard. Like, no, Virginia is on the list. Virginia's so like Florida. Virginia's gonna be pretty hard, but it's possible. But it's just gonna take a lot of hard work, a lot of just a lot of hard work, and
it wouldn't be the first on the list, though. Let's say that Virginia and Florida would probably be like maybe the last two, because we would have to get to a point where we either capture all of down southern Virginia, and then partially the north of Virginia, and that those numbers is what we'd actually have to look for.
Right. Now, like, I haven't been to Northern Virginia in like 20 years. What percentage of Black Americans you think live in Fairfax County, Princess William County, Arlington? What percentage you think? I think it's probably like 10, 12, 15% Black, I think.
Ooh.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
I just can't remember.
I'm gonna say it's more than that. I'm gonna go with 20.
Okay.
Yeah, but I could be wrong. You know what I mean? Right. I could be wrong, but Virginia, I personally think, and again, I'm looking at these states for strategic purposes. And now with some of those other states, they are port states. You know what I mean? I'm looking at Virginia's in one of those states where it'd be easy to do international trade. We have harbors here and everything like that, especially down in, we have ports. So, and that was one of the things that I was looking at with Texas as well, like states that can pretty much self-sustain on their own. Virginia's one of them. And then looking at it from a geographical perspective, Virginia, we have mountains, we have beaches, we have everything here in Virginia. I personally think the best thing goes all the way around. And I'm not just being biased. I mean, just when you look at everything, we've got military posts here. We've got everything here. Like everything.
Well, bear arms. Being as though I am the vice president of the Negroes of the South, we have written off Virginia. But it's now part of the North, so we don't mess with Virginia down here.
Hold on, where'd you say you was at? Where'd you say you were at again?
She's in Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in Bama.
Now, the capital of the Confederacy was in Richmond.
We ain't gonna talk about that. What we said was we kind of read off Virginia. That's part of the North now.
I listen.
We still below the Mason-Dixon.
I know y'all ready to write Virginia off. Y'all, there's a depth of y'all, and especially people down there in the dirty South. Y'all ready to write Virginia off. We don't have accents a lot of times and all of that. We don't have Southern twangs and all of that. But listen, Virginia is, there's a lot of Black excellence here in Virginia, especially Northern Virginia. It starts to get into bougie. That starts to cross over into bougie as you get into DC.
Exactly. We're going to have a meeting about it. But right now, yeah, we're going to have to, the meeting's still out on that.
Hey, let me throw some numbers in here because some states were mentioned. I want to give you guys a realistic understanding of what a Black majority state requires. Our goal is 60%. And the reason is having a 60% black majority vote gives you an overwhelming victory in elections. It separates you by 20 percentage points. And this gives you the opportunity to elect your candidates, know that you're going to win because you already have the votes and you cannot be beat in a primary or a general election. 20 percentage points, they can't overcome that number. So in the state of Virginia, as it stands today with our population, we need somewhere close to 5.5 million new voters to move into that state in order to establish a 60% voter majority. That is a huge number, an insurmountable number, in my opinion, based on our current population. In Florida, is something like 20 million. In Texas, it's closer to 30 million because there's 30 million in the state right now, and we have about 3 million. And you got to be able to match the population and then exceed that population by 10%. So just from a number standpoint, Florida, Texas off the board. There's just no getting around that. Virginia is a huge mountain to climb with 5 million voters.
They should have just let us go ahead and ingest DC. If we would have been able to just go ahead and ingest DC, that would actually give us our numbers. I mean, off the rip, that would actually exceed the 5 million.
And honestly, and not to keep cutting y'all off, I'm sorry. I know, Katie, I see you keep.
No, you're fine. Hey, Katie.
But honestly, it would be nice to see. I mean, I think a lot of the New York family, a lot of the family from New England, Jersey, I think that they would feel more comfortable coming to Virginia versus going all the way down south. A lot of them come here. We see them. We see folks down here from NYC all the time. From a lot. I mean, I think it could be pulled off. Then there comes space comes into play and things of that nature. But there is a lot of uninhabited space out west. Oh, man, you got me thinking about this shit now. It's good point, Black. Good point.
Yeah.
Good
well,
point.
Here's what we would waste. So if we concentrated 5 million voters in Virginia, we would get 2 senators, a governor, and whatever amount of U.S. reps they have in that one state. However, if we move the 5 million population into 4 states, we would have 8 senators and 4 governors and whatever amount of U.S. reps, much more than one state. So from a strategic, because I know you think strategically, and this is what the Black State of America plan is, a very strategic plan. Delaware, which is our target state, has deep water ports. There's no port set up necessarily today, but that's one of the reasons that we look at the state of Delaware, because we can develop that that economic engine for us, a very small state. However, because it's such a small state, we only need a couple 100,000 of our people to take over the entire state. So we don't want to bypass, which is relatively a cherry-picked state, in order to go to a state that's we're talking about comparing a hill or a mound, a pitcher's mound, to a mountain in terms of Delaware versus Virginia, or really any of the other states. Maryland is a state that can be taken over, and that's right around 2.5 million. The numbers that we have are based on 60%. In these primary elections, those numbers are cut in half, because in the primary, 25% of the voters show up typically. So we don't need as many numbers to gain votes in these primaries. And then once we're on the ballot as the primary, Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. We'll get the victory because we are the head candidate. So there's a lot of strategy involved in the way that we see this working and the way that we want to establish it. But again, I think Virginia, North Carolina, in our map, they are future population growth states. If we wanted to secede from the U.S., Florida would be the state that I would suggest, because physically it is the most easiest state to separate from the continental United States. But every new country that is formed out of another country goes through a period of war and conflict with the larger country, like Ukraine. And so, if we decided to do something like that, we would eventually fight multiple wars with the United States of America, because that is the history of the planet. And we really don't want to be in that position. We want to stay within the United States under the protection of the US Constitution, but be in total control of these states. And I believe with our population, we can control 8 states with our current population, and we could have all the protections, and we can control the budgets, the GDP, that in my estimation is somewhere around $4.5 quadrillion over the next century. That if we don't get control over those states, we will lose control over $4.5 quadrillion. What we're talking about is not just important today, it's important going forward for all of our children, all of our grandchildren, all of their great, 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 great grandchildren. And we're starting next year, next spring. And I really hope that we get enough to take over that state in 2024, and then in 2026 get the other senator and the state's attorney general, and then be ready for the 2028 election to take over another state. So I'll end with that. I know Miss Coots came up first, and then Miss KD can go.
Hey, family, peace and Black Power. Thank you so much. This is a subject near and dear to my heart, so I had to jump on stage real quick, but I won't stay too long. And I wanted to thank Gray for those numbers, because, it all comes down to the numbers. It's not about emotions or what we wish, it's what's feasible. And for myself, my family, we actually have a 2030, what we're calling the 2030 Freedom Plan, which is to reverse migrate by the year 2030, which is the next big census. So that's when the numbers are going to show up on, for the big, they call it decennial census. So wanted to just throw that out there for everyone to consider. I'm actually going to try to accelerate that our family plan to make it before 2030, because like Gray said, we have big elections coming, and I just want to make sure I'm firmly in place. But it's going to be a sacrifice. It's going to be well worth it, though. I don't know everyone in here, but for the ones I do know, or who knows me, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, born and raised,
devastating.
But currently living in Hawaii. And I absolutely am moving from Hawaii to Mississippi. So when you talk about people from the north and the west and the east who may not want to go down south, don't sleep on it. You know what I'm saying? And that's also why I like Delaware too, because Delaware is not too far removed from those, New York or up north or what have you. They probably can relate a little better to the culture. But I am absolutely going to move from Waikiki Beach to Mississippi. So now I'm just putting that out there to say that's how serious it is. And I am so looking forward to being around my folks. I'm so looking forward to building. I'm so looking forward to us getting these majority states. And, our brother was talking about investment property and all of that. Of course, you can still find homes for $100,000
which I sure can't find in California or Hawaii for $100,000 or less. So I am so looking forward to it, and I just want to encourage y'all to keep up, all the good plans. I'm going to look more into this real estate. I'm not sure what you're calling it, Rella. Appraisal.
Yeah, so it's a real estate appraisal initiative. This will be the first one, and then it will be it'll include inspectors as well. The other one will, as the group grows, then I can actually fully come out and actually just let everybody know when you come on and sign a contract to commit to a Black majority American Freedmen group. That you will also, become an investor as well as a footprint of building. I don't want to put the name out just yet, but in this case here, this will allow us to at least start to get our footprint here, not just in the state of Virginia, but around the country. So I'm hoping, people actually, contact me and we, go ahead and link up so that we can get going, we can start getting on a good foot, because we need representation in both appraisers and inspectors.
Absolutely, and I'll be getting with you because I was a little tardy to the room to hear the initial the initial setting of the room, but I definitely want to find out more, and also what our brother Bear Arms was saying about the gun training and so forth. I mean, I'm just so happy to hear our folks, doing their thing, just on top of business. So all of this is going to be good. And I think all of us working together, we're going to get this done. But like I said, I just wanted to jump in on this part because it's happening for me right now. So like I say, I'm laying the foundation, and God willing, the next 5 to 8 years, I'm going to be amongst those population numbers. So just want to throw that in there and then encourage y'all to keep on keeping on. I love what you're talking about. I'll land there.
Hey, Coop, this is Black American Homeland. About 5-6 months ago, I remember we were talking about, property in Hawaii, and the local Hawaiian, they have like some type of special land rights in the state of Hawaii. Can you explain that?
Oh yeah, well that ties in a little bit what y'all were speaking about earlier. Yes, here in Hawaii, you can buy a home, but you lease the land for a 99-year lease. So you don't own the land. And that was part of the deal when, the U.S. took over the island, which was a sovereign kingdom, I might add. It was a sovereign nation that was invaded, and the Hawaiians here are very pissed off about it. They didn't want to be the 50th state, and many of them are still mad about it 50 years later, or however long it's been. So anyway, that's how we do. We could just go in and take over folks' countries, even though they don't want it. Nonetheless, part of what came out of that is that you cannot really own the land. You only can lease it for 99 years. So there's some other parts to it. They're starting to get to loosen that up a little bit more, where it's called fee simple land purchase, where you are able to own the land that your house is sitting on. They're starting to do that a little bit more, but it's super expensive. I mean, your average run-of-the-mill starter home, 3-bedroom, and I'm not talking about anything special, is going to probably run you about $800,000 to $900,000. So it's really tough for young couples, young families. It's just ridiculous. You can't afford anything out here. And with the condos, like I'm in a condo, yeah, it's a leasehold. So there are some certain things. But then if you're a Hawaiian native, you have rights. And that's with the school system too. Some Hawaiian natives can only go to Hawaiian schools, and they can own land where everyone else can't. I hope I answered some of that. Black America, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you have. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, some of these laws, I don't think this can be implemented in a super majority black state because these laws were already written before we took over the state. So, I don't think we can pass any type of laws that they have in Hawaii. Yeah. But I'm not 100% sure.
I agree with you. I'm pretty sure that, this what I'm speaking of is just unique here, but I don't think that's something that, we would do there.
Yeah, let me say this as well. In Mississippi, I looked at the 2020 primaries for both senators, 250,000 votes. Which says to me, if you had 400,000 votes, you could get both Senate seats. You probably could get the governorship. So even though on paper 60% looks closer to 1 million, the number is probably much less than that in a primary election. So that's just food for thought. Miss Katie.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am enjoying the conversation so far. I didn't catch everything that was going on because I was on the phone, so my apologies. But I did come in at the perfect time because it's like the bat signal went out and I heard my state being disrespected up here now. Let's be clear. Virginia is not the North. We are absolutely not going to do that, especially down here where I am in the 757, which actually is predominantly Black American still, definitely in the Tidewater area. We also kind of fare better in the Tidewater area economically because like we have like 4 main ports and we have like 4 different shipyards. So of course the jobs for the shipyard bring in, good economic gain for Black Americans around here. And as some of y'all may know, Norfolk Naval Station is the largest naval base in the world. So like, there's a lot of jobs that's coming in and out of there. I would say that I'm not including DC. That is not Virginia. That is another demographic. I do not claim DC. We do not know. I would say if you concentrated on cities like Richmond, Henrico, Petersburg, down here in the 757 where I am, past Suffolk, Franklin County, those are majority Black American cities. It's pretty much like Niggerville down here. Like we don't leave. Like I see a lot of people from the North starting to come back down here. I've had like conversations with a lot of people who lived up north saying that they coming back down here, and for whatever reason or another, Virginia seems to be the spot that's like the first runner-up for them. I'm 25 minutes outside of Moyock, North Carolina in the Outer Banks, so we're right where I am. We're right like on the border of North Carolina, but I definitely think that it can happen for Virginia. And I think what needs to be taken into consideration is that there are a whole lot of like the kids from the younger generation who may not have, ever registered to vote or haven't voted. And then there are a lot of people who just haven't voted, maybe because they didn't see anything to vote for. But there is a way to be able to monopolize our people down here in Virginia. I definitely think that it can be done. I know for a fact that it can be done because I've been here my whole life. I know my state. We're also constitutional carry. We've always been constitutional carry, and like I said earlier, it is definitely a good place economically for Black Americans too. So that's something else to take into consideration when it comes to the state of Virginia. It can happen. It can definitely happen.
We ain't ready to let go of VA.
Never.
Absolutely not.
I'm not in Virginia. I'm in the 757. You forgot. I'm not there.
Oh, here we go again.
That's still part of Virginia. You gonna cut that out, okay? Because you gonna cut that.
They can't even get along.
My baby down there, okay, supporting this daggone place. So, at the end of the day, I think again, when I was enumerated for the census, I don't think we really show up like Katie was saying, so that we can actually capture the youth. But the adults definitely put who lives in the household. The biggest thing that I did see is that Black Americans during the census did not want to fill out the census. They were adamant about that. So
I've never done a census in my entire 38 years.
I was getting ready to say that.
Yeah, I know that, but that's the problem. That's y'all. It's y'all. We need
when we get a majority state. I'm sorry, jumping in. I'm so sorry. No, I'm just encouraging that once we are majority, then hopefully that will change and y'all will fill out the census because that we'll have money. Yeah,
and this is what I'm gonna say. For anybody who was enumerated for the 2020 census, and you saw the fuckery that was going on. I literally got into it with a Black woman because she was so adamant. I had to have a conversation with her and tell her why it was important for her to fill this out. And so again, that is something ingrained in us because I think by the states and local representatives who are in office, they did use the information to gentrify communities. But now that we are a little bit more aware, we do have to start to cultivate a new narrative because we do need to be counted. And we need to be counted for reasons of like this. Now, I'm a transplant. Okay, I live in the north. I live in the north up here with the bougies. And at the end of the day, I love going down south, especially when I had to visit my daughter on in Norfolk. Again, she's a Navy serving in the Navy. And so I could tell a difference in culture all off the rip. At the same time, the economic boom up here is if it's anything like what's happening near the ports of Virginia, being up here in the tech industry, we are outnumbered in regards to the population is not as big, but at the same time, there is room for growth, but you got to have money. And so the census would provide other incentives and resources, not just for up north, but for even the southern parts of Virginia. And people need to be encouraging each other to fill the census out. So I'm gonna land my entire plane right there.
Hey, let me throw these Mississippi numbers out there. So in the governor's race, I think this is 2019. In both primaries, it was less than 200,000 votes for the Republican and the Democrat, and then in the ultimate general election, 460,000 votes was the winner. Tate Reeves, the racist Republican in Jackson. So essentially, you could have won this election with 500,000, but if you had 600,000, you certainly would have guaranteed victory. It wouldn't have even been close. And so that's why, anyone who's going to advocate for a particular state, you got to get into the numbers and get into these primaries and get into the general, just so you have all the numbers and you can really have a target amount of population that you want to move in that direction. Because Miss Coop said it perfectly. The numbers are really what matter most. I'm not sure who's next between Miss Dark and Lovely and Miss KD, but you got it.
I'm gonna make my closing remarks because I can be on here until I clock back in to my plantation. Mortgage insurance, mortgage protection. I'm sorry. That's something that is very, very, very important. I was this year's old when I actually found out about it. Mortgage protection, because I had a friend whose grandparents died and they had mortgage protection. He's the only grandbaby. Left him the house, big, beautiful house. Beautiful, all paid off, all his. I didn't know what it was. He was talking about it. He put me up on game about it. So once we do get property, mortgage protection, that way we have something to leave the babies and their kids and their kids' kids. Really, this was a great space. Black, thank you so much for hosting the space. I really appreciate this. I hope we have a part 2. I will be contributing because I do want to be a part of that movement. I know, me being in Alabama, we don't have, I think we have slim to none Black appraisers. I think it's really, really, really like 0.0001 if we had it. And I do want to be the person that'll help my state out. If I need to, I can just go ahead, boom, 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 and help them get their coins. Thank you guys so much for the space. I learned so much from you guys, and hopefully I would definitely catch you guys in the next time. Black first, everybody. Black first for my Black family. Love y'all.
Take care.
Thank you, and have a good night. Get some rest.
Hey, I would like to talk about the mortgage protection I had. When I bought my second house in the Philippines, right? I had a 10-year mortgage, and on that mortgage, you had a mortgage protection where, because I'm the main breadwinner or earner, right? If something happens to me that, I die or something, then the bank will pay off the house, and my wife and kids will, they'll be the owners of that home with no liens or mortgage against the house. So to me, that's how my mortgage protection works.
That is awesome. That is beautiful, man.
I land my plane here.
Man, that's a beautiful thing. And so when she said that, I was thinking about mortgage gap protection, which some lenders will require that if I think that's where the value of the home may be less than the mortgage itself, or something of that nature. So if the home goes up in flames, for instance, just like with the car gap insurance, where if the value of the home is not enough to cover the cost of a loss. So that's where I was thinking, but I like the way that you both kind of took it in a different direction. I really appreciate that, Miss Katie.
I was going to speak to Rella's point about the census. You're absolutely correct. I don't think that I've ever took into consideration how imperative it is for us to actually do the census. Probably about a couple of, maybe in the beginning of the year, I wasn't, I was the one, and I think my siblings do the same thing. We just be I'm not filling that out. But now that I see what's going on and what's at stake, I'm definitely going to start, filling it out. And I'm going to try to encourage them to fill it out too. So yeah, I was just like Brother Bear Arms. I was one of the ones that never, ever filled it out. And I think that there are a lot of us who do not fill it out. And we are, in my opinion, we are severely undercounted. I know we are. I know that we are. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing my due diligence and and start filling it out and stuff. So
yeah, when I have my interview with the OMB, I actually need to I actually want to see, because they actually, the census is actually done every year. However, the population census is done every 10 years, but because of migration patterns that are happening frequently, I'm going to try to find out when they're actually done on a frequency for Virginia, and see if we can get an initiative, because we need to actually honestly be counted every 5 years. They do every 10 years, but we really need to be counted every 5 years, because the wealth gap is so broad that resources, even with the population so high down in southern area of Richmond, and then even some populations up here in the north area, where you see concentrated areas of Black families, Black communities, resources are so low. They are not what people think they are. And I really need people to like wrap their heads around that. And it's like that everywhere, honestly. It was like that in California. I remember my parents like, oh, they doing the census, we ain't filling that out. You know, that's another way for the government to track you, right? But at the end of the day,
yeah,
based on resources we're not getting, we need our numbers up. So now they can say, and you know, in the government, oh, this population is grown. We need to start dedicating legislation to this population. And then that actually supports our fight for protections and everything else. So
okay, let me go to this story because we all know this story, but this really puts again into this appraisal initiative, which is very important because this talks about the devaluation of black owned homes. So they talk about in August, the New York Times reported about a black owned home in Baltimore that received a higher appraised value after the owners, who were black, had a white friend pose as the owner. In December 2021, it was a black home owned in California. In May of 2021, it was a black home owned in Indianapolis. So this is a systemic problem and an issue. The devaluation of black owned homes adds up to 235 billion in lost wealth. 235 billion in lost wealth. Assets that might otherwise support investments in education or local businesses. According to researchers behind a landmark 2018 Brookings Institute report, at the time of that report, it was 156 billion in lost wealth. Researchers say COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the price differences between white and black neighborhoods, leading to an even bigger wealth gap today. Now, here's what's ironic and interesting about the way white media spins information. And if you only read the headlines and don't really get into the story and get to the heart of the story and actually read it, you will be left thinking one thing happened when in reality something different. If this thing will let me. Eventually, or essentially, what happened was there were news reports that said after the pandemic, black home ownership is higher. There's been a spike in black home ownership. And then when you actually look at the numbers, it went from 44.0% to 45.2%. So it was a 1.2 percentage increase. That is not a spike. All of those reports, because I kept going across them and I kept reading. I'm like, why are they saying this? Because we all know that that's can't be factually accurate. They took a 1 percentage point and created a narrative in the headlines to make everybody feel like, wow, black homeowners are doing so much better, when in reality it was just a blip.
Was that the time?
Which story?
The Time article. What article was you reading from?
Oh man, I'm reading from so many different sources. The first one is from a site called let's see.
You said no, it wasn't.
No, the first one was from a thing called nextcity.org. The devaluation of, in the title of that story was the devaluation of entire black neighborhoods, not just homes. It says it says black retail spaces across the country are worth an aggregated 171 billion less than they should be worth, simply because they are located in majority black neighborhoods, says a new report. And so again, we talked in the beginning of the space about zip code, how they use zip codes to devalue our property, devalue our worth, devalue our. Someone was just talking about insurance, how they raise insurance rates upon us because of our zip codes. The system is set up in that way. And I've done the census my whole life until the last census. I did not participate in this most recent census. However, I'm a Class A CDL driver with hazmat, FBI fingerprinting. I've lived in the same house for over 2 decades. If I'm not included in their census, nobody is. You see what I'm saying? So, but in the future, in 2030, it will be extremely beneficial for us to participate because we'll be in control of the systems in at least one state. And I really, really, really hope if I live that long, it'll be in multiple states.
Hey, I remember earlier we was talking about weapon manufacturing, right? And bear arms. I had this idea where in a super majority black state, right, the state legislature, they passed laws and regulation to grant state and local government contracts to black American-owned weapon manufacturers, right? The state and local government, they need weapons for their police officers, their state police officers, their local police officers, and your prison, your sheriffs, deputies, and all those guys. So that's just one of the ways we can help black-owned businesses be successful in a supermajority black state.
I actually love that idea. With the Small Business Administration, one of the ways, I don't even know where to start with the Small Business Administration. We shouldn't be classified as, a minority with some of these other like what happens is because we're classified as a minority and these other minorities are lumped in with us. What happens is, let's say, I go to bid on one of those contracts, and I get, I'm competing against a white woman who is going to give her husband 49% of the business because she owns 51% of the business and their husband and wife. Mm-hmm. She owns 51. So basically it's a family and they're classified as a minority owned business. Mm-hmm. I've seen it happen too many times with women coming through the 8A program and getting classified as minority-owned business, white families. So, for example, with some of these federal contracts with the United States government, although the Native Americans are they have their own designation and they are the top earning contractor for the Department of Defense, for example. They're the top, and just overall for government contracts, period. I don't know. I don't think that's a coincidence. But you got companies like one of the companies I actually used to work for, a company called Cherokee Nation. A couple of years ago, I believe that they are the top earner for government contract, for example. So yeah, we have that's like that's the trick bag that Rella one of the trick bags that Rella kind of referred to earlier, with us competing with some of these other minorities. But I do love the idea of us getting contracts, getting those contracts awarded to us. Another contract that I think that we should not sleep on is some of these cleaning services. I think, listen, I'm telling you guys,
the land. Listen, if I can get me a group of Black American people to want to go out here and cultivate the land and ride around like Paco and the rest of them, that's how they get in here. I'm telling you, they have that on lock. Okay.
Yes, 100%. But we definitely need an industry. We need an industry.
Yes.
We need several different industries, and we've spoken about. I would listen. I'll tell you what. I've been studying the Italian mafia and how they had control of those labor unions, and they still do in states like Jersey, New York, some of these other states. Getting control of these labor unions would be dope too, especially in regards to like ports. with a lot of those port jobs and stuff. I know Ohio has OSHA, but we talked about coming further south. Because you have to understand, like there's so many. Even with reparations, I still think that people should like live their daily lives. You know what I mean? I don't think that people should. I don't think that you should like, you know what I'm saying, decide to like, people could do whatever they want, but in terms of like, in order to build generational wealth, I think that like people should try to figure out a way to cultivate their daily lives and become, and basically, hey, if you work in if you work, hey, let's say you work at one of those ports, then maybe you could win a contract with one of those ports if you know the ins and outs, and about how to read a manifest for a freight forwarder, the ins and outs of it and stuff like that. Maybe you can, you know what I mean, and maybe like like just figure out a way to for us to have different industries or whatever that we can pass down. You can't pass the job down, but you should still do whatever it takes to pay the bills. And I'm about being an apprentice. Every job that I've ever worked as a business professional within my career, I've taken a piece of it and said, okay, how can I utilize this for myself? And I don't think that everybody can jump out the gate and just be an owner, even with money. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got some money in the bank, I still think that you need to go through an apprenticeship stage. I think that that's very, very important. I think that apprenticeship stage, like, you can't, like, if you're a young person, it's important for you to understand and to, and to just kind of, sometimes you can't tell other people what to do until, you've actually done it. And any industry that you're working in, you want to learn it, the ins and outs. Listen, I busted my ass for so many years, and now I'm kind of can sit back a little bit. And I'm finally getting to that point where I'm like, I could be on cruise control, but I really put the work in when I was younger. It really built character and everything. And if I have to, I can like, come off the high horse and get down in the trenches. And anything that I tell as a supervisor, anything that I tell my folks to do, I can do it myself, and that allows me to run several successful businesses and maybe start a successful business in the future. So
yeah, I wish Katie would have stayed. We really have to link up. I think she's down in Tidewater and you're pretty much in the middle, and I'm up here. Mm-hmm. And so not just on that note, but definitely even with trying to get the commission started here. So I will say that for something like that, to be mapped out, even if it's for the state of Delaware, like for each state, all those intricate details, I'm pretty sure Black American definitely has, especially Black American has, has some of those things mapped out. But we have to create our own kind of like ecosystem that works and in congruent or parallel with the systems that's working. So it's almost kind of like, no matter what happens, we kind of know what the routes are and, which direction we're going to move, because that's what all these other people who are coming in here doing. I mean, if you think about it, they're literally creating another economic system on top of an economic system. That's pretty much what they're doing.
The great thing about professional licenses is that they are granted at state level. So if we control the state, then we have control on who gets the licenses, what kind of what kind of study has to be done to get the license, what kind of tests or whatever to pass the exam or whatever. But we control all of that. So yeah, that's all. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because to Bear Arms' point and to your point, the state. So I love what you said about apprenticeship. I post about that, occasionally, and I just recently posted about the apprentice to journeyman to master. That hierarchy of becoming a highly skilled technician. But the state, and to Black Americans' point, not only is it the largest employer within a state, it controls the economics within a state. We always hear about private-public partnerships, and however, to Black American Homeland's point, the state is the one that regulates. So while there may be money coming in from some private businesses and some foreign investment, etc., the state is the one who determines how the money operates within their jurisdiction. So the true goal for us through apprenticeship and through journeyman status and ultimately master status is to control the state, because then quite literally will control everything around us. And that include, I mean, whatever industry you can think of, whatever health related issue you could think of, everything is controlled at the state level. And that's the thing that we've been missing. It's the thing that harms us the most. I say over and over again, we have gotten a miseducation through the programming within popular culture to believe that the presidency, the federal government controls everything and they are the ones who can help us. The reality is they can't. The president is very limited, as we see with even the student loan debacle, which they knew was unconstitutional. They put it up there anyway, knowing that it would get shot down, but they got what they needed out of it. They got the 2 elections out of it. So oftentimes they play political mind games with the electorate. They're using emotionalism against Black women to encourage them to vote for them. It's always the most important election. It's always the lesser of two evils. When had we, since the 1970, that 1972 National Convention, had they come out of that with the theory of let's not run Jesse Jackson to be the president of the United States, but let's run Jesse Jackson as the governor of one of these southern states, and let's encourage Black Americans to move to that state in order to make him the governor of the state and get our senators and get our U.S. congressmen and then duplicate that in multiple states. That should have been the plan. Um, Dear God, I was born in 1974. I wish I was alive during that time period and I had this information. And I'm just doing everything I can to try to give this information to as many people as possible so they can do their own research and hopefully come to the same conclusion. Because the way we sit today, we will be decimated in another 50 years, completely wiped off the map. And so, yeah, I'll end with that.
Yeah, we definitely got work to do. We have so much work to do, and not just with everything else going on, but just to get, I think, things in place, as well as still trying to operate as, human beings, socially and things like that. It's almost as if like we really, I don't even know if we really have time for that because there's so much going on. It's like the mental balance that has to happen to move quickly in the organization that needs to happen. It has to be like all focused on, the home front, because we are being out organized and we need to know how to tap into these resources so that we can move a little bit more efficiently. So again, I realize the real estate market, as far as how to become the sought after commodity, and as you were building and trying to get properties and things like that, look at the appraisal initiative, the inspector initiative, these government set-asides that I mentioned, building, landscaping companies, construction companies that we can actually employ, our very own, who are often locked out of, even construction. And you don't even see half the time in the community. Our people actually the ones working in the community. You see a lot more of everyone else, and so we really have to get a handle on that. Yeah. So more work to do.
So with the appraisers, and if you're adding inspectors, I would really love if you added Black real estate agents, because they're already in there. Okay, good. Because like my sister, she made an attempt. Her father's girlfriend at the time was a big real estate agent in Atlanta. So I know real estate agents and even banks. So another one would be, banks, and Black owned banks. Yeah, absolutely. Any other bank that has some minority home ownership program that can benefit Black Americans would be really, really good, because they're always so essentially what it is, the lenders. Go ahead.
I was going to say the issue that I noticed is that even without owning my own home, that I see, right, is that one, the Black banks that are around, I don't know how they're constructed, and so I would actually have to pull a whole entire list. I did this before, and I'll do it again. My other laptop actually crashed, and I never got it fixed. But they don't have they're not set up to where they're giving incentives back, and so there's fees and things like that we need to know of. And then two, I think we don't have banks where money like the Freedman Saving Bank that actually just got that I think it was $9.8 billion invested into it, that they actually sent some of that money out. People don't even know already to banks that are owned by Latino populations in the state, in different states. Virginia was one, and I don't know if Black owned banks got any of that money, and I have not found that yet. So that's research is still being done on that. However, our issue is when investing in Black owned banks, sometimes there are additional fees to even open an account that might exceed the amount that people were able to actually open an account. Some banks require $500 deposit. Some banks require even up to, I think, $2,500. I do remember seeing those numbers. And again, don't quote me. Things might have changed. I know people bring up, I think, One United Bank. I thought about doing One United Bank. The reason why I didn't is because of the fees that it takes to even just open up the account, which again is kind of like a deterrent. So we need something like where we can actually have an onus over how resources are, I guess, invested into the banks, so that the fees don't fall onto the customers. Like we need a credit union or AARP type situation, especially because we do have a lot of people in the military that are Black American or Black period. They should have something like a Freedmen's Bureau that was set up, so that way even the Black military people could actually put their money into a Black owned bank without having to worry about fees. So that's just something that I kind of honed in on.
Well,
Rella, like if I was a governor of a supermajority Black state, right? I would use executive action or executive order to grant to deposit all or most of state and state government budgets into Black owned banks. That's what I would do, and that would start. I mean, billions of dollars of state budget going into a Black owned bank. I mean, that would be such a whirlwind of money that that bank would be so huge that that will cause the local or the retail population to deposit their money in Black owned bank.
Well, that would also That would also be dependent on who the comptroller is as well. So I think that's the other 2 points. The other 2 points of that is who controls the money for the states. The comptroller does. And so when money comes in from the federal government to the states, the comptroller says, "Oh, I'm gonna decide where this money gonna go," and then the governor. Yes.
Is the comptroller, is he oh my gosh, when the governor he is he appointee or is he a elected official?
Elected. So I just looked up Virginia's comptroller. Virginia comptroller is elected as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these elected positions that people don't talk about.
No. It says the Virginia State Comptroller is an appointed state executive position in the Virginia state government, responsible for oversight of the state's finances. Yep.
Great. So a black governor will hopefully appoint a black a comptroller, to take care of the supermajority black states' money issues or treasury issues, whatever.
Hey, Black American Homeland, I sent you a story. We talked about this a couple of spaces ago, but check your DMs on that one. This is a bank in Chicago that got large deposits from the state, and they had some issues with that. What I wanted to finish the thought was loan originators and loan officers, and here's where, when we have these business discussions, we have to really, black owned, awesome, but also we need to extract wealth from the other communities, right? So we have to do both: build black businesses, support black Americans, but also the same way they do to us, take wealth out of their communities. And also we have to build relationships with their community. So it would be to our advantage to have these relationships with loan officers. Loan originators are the ones who, when you call and say, "I want to get a loan," blah, 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 they set you up with them. They get your paperwork going. And then when they're done and they got all your information, they say, "I'm sending it to the loan officer who actually ultimately approves the loan." So yeah, if you're going to be an appraiser, because they're the ones, it's probably the loan originator that sets up the appraisal for the loan officer to ultimately make that final decision. So definitely want to have those connections with all banks and any banks, and that type of thing. So I'll end with that.
Yeah, in terms of running your local government too, don't sleep on that county commissioner. That county commissioner is huge in your local area. It is a position that is actually an elected position. I'm actually considering running for county commissioner in my county, maybe in the next couple of years. But the county commissioner determines where money goes within the county. What made me even think about it is because we don't have basketball courts around here. We don't have things that cater to what black youth like to do. A lot of us cultivate our talent at the basketball court, but I understand where they feel like the basketball court brings a lot of things that are counterproductive and negative to a community, but we're not going to let that stereotype. Listen, the basketball court saved my life growing up. That was where I learning how to play ball helped me socially adapt to every place that I've ever moved, school, everything. Like being able to play basketball, I learned how to play at the courts. And I'm an AAU coach as well, so this is something that I've paid attention to. And I was like, well, who the hell determined, this is my thinking when I got my house down here. I said, well, who determines where the hell, who builds what? I'm like, the county commissioner. And I started looking into it, and something that I'm actually taking serious right now, and I'm doing research for. I'm not ready yet, we'll see in a few years. Plus, I have a newborn. But yeah. So I just wanted to bring up that county commissioner. That's a position that's huge. You guys know sheriff. Actually, a good show to watch. Sometimes you could draw inspiration and get a good idea of how things are ran from watching shows. I'm actually watching Boardwalk Empire right now. Really good show. I have never all the way through. I've seen clips from it, but really good show. It just kind of gives you an idea of how power is. The power dynamics of having some of these positions, and this is Atlantic City being ran in the 1920 during the Prohibition era, so a lot of different things going on. But I recommend you guys check that show out.
Awesome.
And the Secretary of State is a very powerful position as well.
Yeah, Secretary.
Absolutely, that's Secretary of State. Yeah.
State Attorney General.
I mean, I think that. Listen. A lot of us sit around and talk about politics. There's a lot of people that really don't know politics. A lot of people only know the executive positions and things of that nature. Like a lot of people, don't understand how elections work. They don't understand electoral, the Electoral College. There's so many different things that a lot of people don't understand. I think that there should be more political education that takes place on these spaces. There's even questions that I have about certain things. I know Sister Rella is actually well versed. I've actually talked to her about a few things in person. Back in March, I believe, and she was breaking some stuff down. I was like, oh, this sister knows her stuff. But,
when we were talking about, I was bringing up the referendums because a lot of people were like, oh, well, did you go out and vote? Did you go out and vote? I'm like, yeah, I went to vote, but I didn't get to go to the county meetings where they actually decide what goes on the ballot for people to go vote for. And those are the referendums. They call them referendums, and they're actually voted in the county, different counties, and you have to show up to those meetings to find out what's going to go on your ballot. And no one has mentioned that. So I was just like, we are really civically behind, or we're just not. It's never been, it was honestly in my household, that was never a discussion. It was sports, and more sports. But in education. But as far as how civics work on a real life, living your daily life, no, my parents did not talk about what goes on a ballot and where do you go make sure you're showing up to town hall meetings and county meetings to figure out what these people are doing. And then, you have people like show up at the ballot, show up at the polls and march to the polls. You should be saying march to the county meeting first.
Ooh, that's right.
I'm just saying, because if we don't see the things that we want to see on the ballot, so when people go to the ballot, they don't even know how that stuff got on there. How did you know all those things got on there? Well, it starts at the county meetings.
It really does.
So nobody's bringing that up. So what I was trying to say it in one of the larger spaces, I don't think people understood, because I don't think it's not, again, it goes back to just having these civics, going back to civics, but really deep diving into everything that we see that happens in the state, from the Secretary of State, the senator, the governor, the comptroller, the sheriff, what else? The tax,
the commissioner, the regulators.
Yeah, the commissioner. Yep. And then you have the court reporters, right? So people don't even know that court reporters have licenses in the courts that judges don't normally. They are actually just almost kind of like substituting. So when you go into a courtroom, you really aren't testifying to the judge. You're actually testifying to the court reporter. And people don't really know that. And so, we are very, it's just, I don't know. I can't put my hand on it. All I know is I agree with you, and I'll end there.
I think it, like, a politics one-on-one, or like a politics one-on-one space, or maybe like having like hosting a space like maybe like one per week or something like that would be a good idea. A lot of people need the education. A lot of people, like, for example, a lot of people learn about politics just with the brother Marcel. You know what I mean? A lot of people got behind Marcel, and a lot of people, and I don't think that people would take it as being condescending. You can have that caveat, like, hey, like, we're going to talk about politics and how everything works. From like, here's local politics. Here's how it works. Here's how often elections happen. Here's this. Here's that, and break it down that way. I think that we could use that education. Black Majority was just breaking down, going to the South. And he actually, like, breaking it down logically. When you take the emotion out of it, a lot of it makes a lot of sense in terms of how many people you could put in office, things of that nature. So, but a lot of, again, like, you just gave me an education right there, So yeah, I think that these things need to be discussed. Believe it or not, we are the forefront for a lot of different things, and whether we like it or not, we are looked at as leaders, a lot of us. So, it's important to be able to, like, put that education out there. Imagine if, MLK, and imagine if they had Twitter during the civil rights era. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, like, if MLK didn't have to go nowhere, if he could just, like, fucking pull out his phone and start, oh my God, in the safety of his home, oh my God, like, it would be insane. So we have to take advantage and talk about all of these things. We owe it to not just ourselves, but our ancestors as well.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, guys. It's almost 3 o'clock here in Southeast Asia. Oh, wow. I have to go. I gotta take my family out to eat, and I had a great time. And hopefully we can do this. I know we can do this next week.
Next week
at 8:30 p.m. on Saturday. Of course, it's Sunday here in Southeast Asia. Thank you, guys. You take care.
Thank you so much.
Black American, have a good weekend.
I'm out of here too, guys. I'll see you guys later. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta sleep while the baby's sleeping.
I understand how that goes. Enjoy your fight.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Okay. Shoot, on that note, I'm ready to chop it up too. It's 2 a.m. I think we had a good space. Do you know when you're getting your account back? Your regular account? Is it like a 12-hour thing?
Yeah, it's a 12-hour thing. Or they want me to concede to violations of the hate crime, a hate violation, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I feel you on that. So like DJ, he had a similar issue months ago, and I had one before as well. So what it is when you add a blue check person and a celebrity on top of that. I don't know if it's going to apply to all these new blue checks, but definitely to the celebrities. And you use the word Negro for whatever reason. That was the thing that triggered it with DJ way back when, because he didn't say anything that was anything other than the word Negro. So I think when I read your post, I think that was what it was. The Jewish information may or may not have triggered it as well, but they have keywords and they're automatic. So I can't tell you what to do. In the past when I've done it, I just accepted it, a 12-hour suspension, whatever, and just move on and try to, just kind of guesstimate what's in the tweet that has caused it. Now, I know if you would have sent that tweet to me or DJ or someone else who's not a blue check, it's very unlikely that you would have got a suspension. So I think the blue check is the main part of it. That's why I rarely tweet at these blue checks anymore. I'll quote tweet something that they do, and that seems to be a lot more safer in terms of saying something, just doing a quote tweet, but I don't at these people at all.
Hey, Black, actually, I hear the blue checks, they charging $8 per month.
Yeah, they're charging $8 per month. Now, here's there was someone who did a whole breakdown of it. They said it's actually going to cost Twitter money to charge $8 a month because they're likely going to lose advertisers or something. It's a whole thing. And then on top of that, they said what they estimate that they're going to make off of it is not going to actually amount to anything that's profitable. So all the way around, they're likely to lose money because of it. Is what I read.
Hey, well, you know, what's his name? Elon Musk. He's going to turn Twitter into a payment platform.
Mm.
Yeah, he's not. It's not gonna. Ain't nobody gonna be on here for that. Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna be on here for that. I think he's they're gonna lose a whole lot of money before they actually let him go and say, you know what, this is not.
This shit ain't working. This shit ain't working. So I know they lost a lot of users. I'm gonna try to see what it was. I think it was like 500,000. That first like week or whatever. Oh no, this says 1 million users he's lost.
Apparently the security team quit last Friday, Thursday.
You know, not only that, but when he fired all those texts, they said that there were essentially bombs, and I'm using that term very loosely, but code bombs that would collapse certain parts of the network. And so that's probably why the glitches are way up, because of some tech people kind of put in some things into the code. So they probably are likely dealing with a lot in the background. And if they lost 1 million subscribers, wow. I mean, that's a huge number. Social would love to have 1 million, but here's the problem. Every social network that goes viral, I've seen a couple of them do that in the last couple of years. They end up collapsing the server. Although I think Mighty Networks, because they have so many platforms and some of their platforms already have a couple 100,000 people on there, I think they may be okay to handle, 100,000 people all at once. But it would be interesting. People are talking about something called Mastodon, which sounds like Discord, and I sort of glanced at it. It sounds like a Discord type setup. A lot of people were complaining about it's complicated. They didn't really necessarily like it, but and then NPR had a whole interview with this black woman who essentially said she is the queen of Black Twitter, just to paraphrase. And the white interviewer lady was like, well, ever since Elon took over, there's been a lot of racial derogatory posts. And she kind of, did her whole spiel about how we've been here and we've been fighting, and we just gonna stick around and hang around, and we gonna fight our way through it. And I'm just like, man, damn, bro. Like, you could at least have made the position that Black America doesn't want to be disrespected on any of these platforms. Like, we're not going to tolerate it. And if they don't do something about it, then we may leave, or we will, or, something to that effect. But she was just like, no, we're just going to fight and take it. I was like, damn, damn, no resistance at all. So that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks very bad. But I think it's good for us. And at the end of the day, I will hold on to my I'll hold on to my idea for my social platform until we get social off the ground. And hopefully there'll be opportunities for people to, come in as, shareholders or investors, some sort of way, so that we can actually get the platform, full throttle, and moving. I can't wait. I love the platform. I hope everyone joins social. Meet me over there. I might even have to have a Black Rose account just so I can have two. But again, this was an amazing space, and Black, I really, really thank you so much. Thank you. Alexis even called me. It was like, you're having this space on Saturday? And I was like, what? But she would have came too, but she said she had to go out of town. So again, this was amazing. As always, it's always productive, and even when it's not productive, I feel like we're always growing and elevating, and I look forward to, bigger and better things that social is going to do, and moving off of this platform.
If I can get open, can I get okay? Oh, there it goes. No, okay. Finally, let me talk. So thank you so much. While I'm here, I want to give you your flowers and your initiative. I have heard you. I want you to know I've heard you, and I support in more ways than one. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to just know who is going to support us when we put forth an effort. I think it's important to know and understand that, for better or worse, because this was a situation where, again, like I said earlier, if 1,000 people put up $1, you're halfway to the goal point. I know you've touched way more than 1,000 lives being on Twitter. And so it seems like a small thing, a small gesture for people to just put up something to show their appreciation. And we'll make sure we bring it up in our spaces till you get fully funded, so that you can start the mission, because it's very important.
Thank you, Black, and thank you, DJ and State Power, McFly, Schism, Rob T, Baby Sister. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. We wouldn't be here without you. Actually, we would be here without you, but it's better when y'all here. And until next Saturday, so we meet again and drop some brain information off to you. And DJ, don't think we didn't see you come up on stage, okay? Don't think we didn't see it.
Oh man, Twitter won't let me get in. Oh God. Nope.
Until next weekend, y'all. Have a really, really great weekend, and good night.
Okay, it's finally let me talk. So good night, everybody. Peace and reparations, as they say. Please support Miss Rella. Her account will be active. Okay, there go DJ. What's up? What's up, DJ?
No, I just said what I do. Scooby Doo.
Okay. So yeah, social. Everybody, DJ's a super poster on social. News Totter, super poster on social. So let's definitely do that, because I turned my notifications on like a week ago, and it's just been popping. So that's something that you love to see. So I really appreciate everybody that's posting over there. We'll just keep growing, keep building. We'll be on fan base next weekend to have them side by side, and then go from there. So good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Trouble. Good night, DJ.
Good night. Boom. Okay. Oh goodness, man. That's the mic. Gotcha. Yada, bada, bing, boom, boom. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Man, I got so many posts, bro. Let me give you some of these posts here. I got this whole Delaware thread, my G. You gotta go to the Delaware thread. And then I gotta figure out which one did I say specifically. Okay, good night, YouTube. Damn, I swear I be forgetting this thing is on. Okay, thank you so much. See you next weekend. Damn, I be forgetting this shit is on. Okay.